Dante Alighieri. Dante's Inferno. Translated by the Rev. Henry I. Ranches-Carey, MLO. From the original of Dante Alighieri, and illustrated with the designs of Mem. Gustave Dor. New edition. New York Cassell Publishing, Colbipani. 104 and 106 4th Avenue. Life of Dante. Dante, a name abbreviated, as was the custom in those days, from Durante or Durando, was of a very ancient Florentine family. Dante was born in Florence, May 1265. His mother's name was Bella, but of what family is no longer known. His father he had the misfortune to lose in his childhood, but by the advice of his surviving relations, and with the assistance of an able preceptor, Brunetto Latini, he applied himself closely to polite literature and other liberal studies, at the same time that he omitted no pursuit necessary for the accomplishment of a manly character, and mixed with the youth of his age in all honorable and noble exercises. In the 24th year of his age, he was present at the memorable Battle of Campaldino, where he served in the foremost troop of cavalry, and was exposed to imminent danger. In the following year, Dante took part in another engagement between his countrymen and the citizens of Pisa, from whom they took the castle of Caprona. From what the poet has told us in his treatise entitled The Vita Nuova, we learn that he was a lover long before he was a soldier, and that his passion for the Beatrice, whom he has immortalized, commenced when she was at the beginning, and he near the end of his 9th year. Their first meeting was at a banquet in the house of Folco Portinari, her father, and the impression then made on the susceptible and constant heart of Dante was not obliterated by her death, which happened after an interval of 16 years. But neither war nor love prevented Dante from gratifying the earnest desire which he had of knowledge and mental improvement. By Benvenuto da Imola, one of the earliest of his commentators, it is stated that he studied in his youth at the universities of Bologna and Padua, as well as in that of his native city, and devoted himself to the pursuit of natural and moral philosophy. Francesco da Butti, another of his commentators in the 14th century, asserts that he entered the order of the Frati Minori, but laid aside the habit before he was professed. In his own city, domestic troubles and yet more severe public calamities awaited him. In 1291, he was induced, by the solicitation of his friends, to console himself for the loss of Beatrice by a matrimonial connection with Gemma, a lady of the noble family of the Donati, by whom he had a numerous offspring. But the violence of her temper proved a source of the bitterest suffering to him. It is not improbable that political animosity tonight have had some share in these dissensions, for his Vif was a kinswoman of Corso Donati, one of them lost formidable, as he was one of the most inveterate of his opponents. In 300 he was chosen chief of the priors, who at that tin one he possessed the supreme authority in the state. His colle Tildegius being Pallieri degli Altoviti and an eri di Jacopo degli Alberti. From the 11, his exaltation, our poet dated the cause of all his subsequent misfortunes in life. In order to sell 10W the occasion of Dante's exile, it may be necessary to enter Moltilde, particularly into the state of parties at Florence. The city, which had been disturbed by Nalani divisions between the Guelphs and Ghibellines, at length renlamed in the power of the former. But after S0111 and 111 of these, Yener again split into two factions. This perverse occurrence originated with the N11 habitants of Pistoia, of whom, from an unhappy quarrel between two powerful families in that city, were all separated into parties known by those denominations. With the intention of composing their differences, the principals on each side were summoned to the city of Florence, but this measure, instead of remedying the evil, only contributed to increase its virulent tilde, by common one unicating it to the people of Florence del itself. For the contending parties were so far from being brought to a reconciliation, that each contrived to gain fresh partisans among the Florentines, with whom many of them sphere closely connected by the ties of blood and friendship, and who entered into the dispute with such acrichony and eagerness that the Virgil city was soon in Gag fored either on one part or the other. It was not long before they passed by the usual gradations from contumely to violence. Their factions were now known by the names of the Neri and the Bianchi, the former generally siding with the Guelphs or adherents of the papal power, the latter with the Ghibellines, or those who supported the authority of the Emperor. The Neri assembled secretly in the Church of the Holy Trinity, and determined on interceding with Pope Boniface VI of Alpha to send Charles of Valois to pacify and reform the city. No sooner did this resolution cool to the knowledge of the Bianchi, than, struck with apprehension of the consequences of such a measure, they took Tilda arms and repaired to the priors, demanding of them the punishment of Tilda, their adversaries, for having thus entered into private deliberations concerning the state, which they represented to have been done with the view of expelling them from the city. Those who L1 had met, being alarmed in their turn, had also recourse to arms, and laid their complaints to the priors, accusing their opponents of having armed themselves without any previous public discussion, and affirm warning lot, under various pretexts, they had sought to drive them out of their country. They demanded that they might be punishable as disturbers of the public tranquility. The dread and danger became general when, BT the advice of Dante, the priors called in the N1 altitude to their protection and assistance, and then proceeded to banish the principals of the two factions, who were these: Corso Donati, Gerispinge, Giaconotto de Pazzi, Rosso della Tosa, and others of the Neri party, who were exiled to the Castello della Pieve in Perugia, and of the Bianchi party. Few were banished to Serrazana, Gentile and Torrigiano de Cerci, Guido Cavalcanti, Baschiera della Tosa, Baldinaccio Adelnati, Naldo, son of Lotino Gherardini, and others. On TL1, his occasion, Dante was accused of favoring the Bianchi, though he appears to have conducted himself with impartiality. Anal, the deliberation held by the Neri for introducing Charles of Valois, Tildaite perhaps, have just Tilda defied him in treating that party with greater rigor. The suspicion against him vast increased, when those whom one L1E was accused of favoring were soon after allowed to return for 111, their banis 11 men, while the sentence passed upon the other faction still remained in full force. Tilda. To this Dante replied that when TL10 Sage Foe had been sent to Serrazana were recalled, he was no longer in office, and that their return had been Pern 1 itted on account of the death of Guido Cavalcanti, well, Wanik Vervas, attributed to the unwholesome air of the Tilda A+. The partiality due 11 had been shown, however, afforded a pretext to the Pope for dispatching Charles of Valois to Florence. By Vauxan for Tilda Lance, a great reverse was soon produced in the public affairs, the ex-citizen Tilda being restored to their place, and the whole of the Bianchi party driven into exile. At this juncture, Dante was not in Florence, but at Rome, whither he had a short time before been sent ambassador to the Pope, with the offer of a voluntary return to peace, and a 0-180 among the citizens. His enemies had now an opportunity of revenge, and, luring his absence on this pacific Idizium, proceeded to pass an iniquitous decree of banishment against him and Palmieri Altoviti. And at the Sable Tin, 1E confiscated his possessions, which indeed had been previously given up to pillage. On hearing the tidings of his ruin, Dante instantly quitted Rome, and passed, with all possible expedition, to Siena. Here, being more fully apprised of the extent of the calamity for which he could see no remedy, he came to the desperate resolution of joining himself to the other exiles. His first N1 eating with them was at a consultation which they had at Gorgonza, a small castle subject to the jurisdiction of Arezzo, in which city it was finally, after a long deliberation, resolved that they should tie and appointed a co-unciae of 12, of which number Dante was one. In the year 1304, having been joined B, won a very strong force, Bo 11 ic was not only furnis 11 ed, then won by Arezzo, but sent from Bologna and Pistoia. They made a sudden attack on the city of Florence, Gynical possession, of one of the gates, and conquered part of the territory, but were finally compelled to retreat without retaining any of the advantages they L1 had acquired. Disappointed in this attempt to reinstate himself in his country, Dante quitted Arezzo. and his course is, for the most part, after Vard's, to be traced only by notices casually dropped in his own writings, or discovered in docum onens, which either chance or the zeal of antiquaries may have brought to light. In the service of his last patron, Guido da Polenta, in Hun one he seems to have met with a more congenial nin than in any of the Faun. His talents were gratefully exerted, and his affections interested but too deeply, for having been sent by Guido on an embassy to the Venetians, and not being able even to obtain an audience, on account of the ardot ancorus animosity with which the 11th regarded that prince, Dante returned to Ravenna, so over Tilda, helmed with disappointment and grief, that he was seized by an illness that terminated fatally, either in July or September, 132 Bois. Guido testified his sorrow and respect by the sumptuousness of L1, his obsequies, and by his intention to erect a monument, which he did not live to contemplate. His countrymen chauved too late, that they knew the value of what they had lost. At the beginning of the next century, their P-austerity marked their regret by entreating that the immortal remains of their illustrious citizen might be restored to the T11 and deposited in 10 among the tombs of their fathers. But the people of Ravenna were unwilling to part with the sad and honorable men, 10 rai of their Ovin 110 spitality. No better success attended the subsequent negotiations of the Florentines for the same purpose, though renewed under the auspices of Leo VI, and conducted through the powerful mediation of Michelangelo. The sepulchre designed and con one menced by Guido da Polenta was, in 1483, erected by Bernardo Belmo. I tilde a more magnificent memorial was raised so lately as the year 1770 by the Cardinal Gonzaga. His children consisted of 1 daughter and 5 sons, 2 of whom, Pietro and Jacopo, inherited some of their father's abilities. His daughter Beatrice became a nun in the convent of S. Stefano del Uliva at Ravenna, and among the entries of expenditure by the Florentine Republic appears a present of 10 golden florins sent to her in 1350 by the hands of Boccaccio from the state. It is but justice to the wife of Dante not to omit what Boccaccio relates of her, that after the banished talent of her husband, she secured some share of his property from the popular fury under the name of her dowry. That out of this, she contrived to support their little family tith exemplary discretion, and that she even removed from them the pressure of poverty by such industrious efforts as in her former affair in Tilde had never been called on to exert. Who does not regret that with qualities so estimable she wanted to Tilde won a sweetness of temper necessary for riveting the affections of her husband? The vision of Dante. Hell. Canto Pyre. Argument. The writer, having lost his way in a gloomy forest and being hindered by certain wild beasts from ascending a mountain, is met by Virgil, who promises to show him the punishments of hell and afterwards of purgatory, and that he shall then be conducted by Beatrice into paradise. He follows the Roman poet. I am the midway of this, our mortal life. I found me in a gloomy wood, astray, gone from the path direct. And e'en to tell, it were no easy task how savage wild that forest, how robust and rough its growth, which to remember only my dismay reneves, in bitterness not far from death. Yet, to discourse of that there good befell, I all else will I relate discovered theretil. How first I entered it, I scarce can say. Such sleepy dullness in that instant waggled my senses duverne, when the true path I left. But when a mountain's foot I reached, where closed the valley that had pierced my heart with dread, I looked aloft, and saw his shoulders broad, already vested with that planet's beam, who leads all wanderers safe through every way. Then was a little respite to the fear, that in my heart's recesses deep had lain all of that night so pitifully past. And as a man with difficult short breath, forespent with toiling, scaped from sea to shore, turns to the perilous wide waste and stands at gaze, e'en so my spirit that yet failed, struggling with terror, turned to view the straits that none hath passed and lived. My weary frame, after short pause recomforted, again I journeyed on over that lonely steep, the hinder foot still firmer. Scarce the ascent began, when lo, a panther, nimble, light, and covered with a speckled skin, appeared, nor, when it saw me, vanished, rather strove to check my onward going. But oft times, with purpose to retrace my steps, I turned. The hour was morning's prime, and on his way aloft the sun ascended with those stars that with him rose when love divine first moved those its fair works, so that with joyous hope all things conspired to fill me, the gay skin of that swift animal, the matin dawn, and the sweet season. Soon that joy was chased, and by new dread succeeded, when in view a lion came, 'gainst me as it appeared, with his head held aloft, and hunger mad, that e'en the air was fear-struck. A she-wolf was at his heels, who in her leanness seemed full of all wants, and many a land hath made disconsolate ere now. She with such fear o'erwhelmed me at the sight of her appalled, that of the height all hope I lost, as one who, with his gain elated, sees the time when all unwares is gone, he inwardly mourns with heart-griping anguish. Such was I, haunted by that fell beast, never at peace, who coming o'er against me, by degrees impelled me where the sun in silence rests, while to the lower space with backward step. In the midway of this our mortal life, I found me in a gloomy wood, astray. Canto I, lines I too. Scarce the ascent began, when lo, a panther nimble, light, and covered with a speckled skin appeared. I fell, my ken discerned the form of one whose voice seen wanned faint through long disuse of speech till, when rim in that great desert I espied, have mercy on 111 cried I out aloud, spirit or living man, whate'er thou be. Lie answered, no, if not man. Man once I was, and born of Lombard parents, Mantuans both by country, until one power of Julius, yet was scarcely fur one all, at Rome and one why life was passed, beneath the mild Augustus, in the time of fabled deities, A11D false. A bard was I, and made Anchises' upright son the subject of Ilys' song, who came from Troy, when the Flan one is prayed 011 Ilium's haughty towers. But thou, say, wherefore to such perils past returnest thou? Wherefore not this pleasant Inu 11 descendest, Calais and source of all delight? And art thou then that Virgil, that well spring, from which such copious floods of eloquence have islide? I with front abashed replied, glory and light of all the tuneful train, may it abide tilde me, that I long with zeal have sought thy viol 1111 and with love immense have conned it over. My master thou, and guide, thou he fro want of Ivom alone I have derived that style, which for its beauty into fa one exalts and one see the beast, fro 111 whom I fled. O sable frontal her, thou illustrious sage I, for every vein and pulse throughout my frame, she hatter one made treluble. He, soon as he saw that I was weeping, answered, thou lust needs another way pursue, if thou wouldst scape fryin out that savage wilderness. This beast, at whom thou criest, her I will suffer none to pass, and no less hindrance makes than death. So bad and so accursed in her kind, that never sated is her ravenous will, still after food more craving than before. To many an animal in wedlock vile she fastens, and shall yet to many more, until that greyhound come, who shall destroy her with tilde harp pain. He will not life support by earth nor its base metals, but by love, wisdom, and virtue, and his land shall be the lull twixt either feltro. In his might shall safety to Italia's plains arise, for Voltensi realm, fair Camilla, virgin pure, Nisus, Euryalus, and Turnus fell. I hear with incessant chase through every town shall worry, until he dwell one ell at length restore her. Thence by envy first let loose. I, for thy profit pondering, 110 W devise that thou innatest follow me, and I, thy guide, will lead thee hence through an eternal space, where thou shalt hear despairing shrieks, and see spirits of old tormented, who involve thee a second death, and those next few who dwell content in fire, for that they hope to come, whene'er the time may be among the blessed, into whose regions, if thou then desire to ascend, a spirit worthier than I must lead thee, in whose charge, when I depart, thou shalt be left. For till one at Almighty King, who reigns above, a rebel to his law adjudges me, and therefore hath decreed that to his city none through me shall come. He in all parts hath sway, there rules, there holds his citadel and throne. Oh, happy those whom there he chooses. I to him in few, barred I by that God whom thou didst not adore. I do beseech thee, till did this ill and worse I may escape, to lead me where thou saidst, that I St. Peter's gate may view, and those who, as thou tell'st, are in such dismal plight. And GT, onward he moved. I close his steps pursued. A lion came, 'gainst me as it appeared, with his head held aloft and hunger mad. He soon as he saw that I thus weeping, answered. Canto 1, lines 87, 88. Canto 2, argument. After the art of vocation, which poets are used to prefix to their works, he shows that on a consideration of his own strength, he doubted whether it sufficed for the journey Pertilda posed to him, but that, being comforted by Virgil, he at last to Tilda courage, and followed him as his guide and master. Now was the day departing, and the air, embroge evil wanted with shadows, Freud their toils released, all animals on earth, and I alone prepared myself the conflict to Celestine, both of sorrow, one pity on that perilous road, which my unerring and one emery shall retrace. O muses, O high generals, I now vouchsafe your aid. O mind I, that all I saw hast kept safe in a written record. Here thy worth and eminent endowments come to proof. I thus began, bard I thou for art my guide. Consider well, if virtue be in me sufficient, ere to this high enterprise thou trust me. Thou hast told that Silvius' sire, yet clothed in corruptible flesh, among the immortal tribes had entrance, and thus there sensibly present. Yet if 11 Evans great I jored, I 90 foe to ill stick far, or showed in contemplation of the 11 I affect, both vivat and who from him one should issue forth, it seems in reason's judgel 11 and well deserved. Sith he of Rome and of Ron won his empire wide, in heaven's imperial height was chosen sire, both of which, if truth be spoken, were ordained and stablished for the holy place, where sits who to great Peter's sacred chair succeeds. He from this Jolony in thy song renowned learned things that to his victory gave rise, and to the papal robe. In after times the chosen vessel also traveled there, to bring us back a solverance in that faith which is the entrance to salvation's way. But I, why should I there presume one deed, or who permits it? Not Janaeus first, nor Paul. Myself I deem not worthy, and none else will deem me. I, if on this voyage then I venture, fear I, Tilda, will in folly end. Thou, who art wise, better my meaning keep. Now's till learn I can speak, as oil who unresolves what he had Tilde late resolved, and with nerved thoughts changes his purpose for one his first intent removed. E'en such Versailles on that dun coast, wasting in thought in the enterprise, at first so eagerly embraced. If right thy words I scan, replied that shade, magnanil Zeroas. Thy soul is by vile I fear assailed, which oft so overcasts a mole that he recoils from noblest resolutions, lily a beast at some false senile glance in the twilight gloom. That Freud this terror tholle lest, free thyself, I will instrulic thee why I carnal. And what I heard ill that sanlay instant, then for thee grief tolched lily first. I was all along the tribe. Why 10 rest suspended, when a Dharma, so blessed and lovely, I besought her to call 111 Nand, called me. Her eyes were brighter than tile star of day, and she, with gentle voice and soft, angelically tuned, her speakle addressed, 011, courteous shade of Mantua, thou whose failure yet lives, and shall live long as nature lasts. A friend not of my fortune, but myself, on the wide desert in his road has met. Hinkerans so garret, that he through her fear has turned. Now much I dread lest he past help have strayed, and I be risen too late for his relief. From what in heaven of high ill I heard, speed now, and by thy eloquent persuasive tongue, and by all Aeneans for his deliverance meet, assist him, so to me, faith, comfort spring. I, who now bid thee on this errand forth, am Beatrice. From the place I can one revisited with joy. Love brought me thence, who prompts my speech. When in my master's sight I stand, thy praise to him loft, that he'd tell. She then was silent, and I thus began. Zero, lady, by Vo's influence alone, mankind excels whatever is contained within that heaven which hath the smallest orb. So thy command delights me, that to obey, if it were done already, would seem late. No need hast thou further to is, eke thy will. Yet tell the reason, why thou art not loath to leave that ample space, where to return thou burnest, or this centre here beneath. She then, since thou so deeply ye wouldst inquire, I will instruct thee briefly, for no dread hinders my entrance here. Those things alone are to be feared whence evil may proceed, none else, for none are terrible beside. I am so fran-one-ed by God to one. Honors to his grace, I that any sufferance of your emissary touches me not, nor flame of that fierce fire assails me. In high heaven a blessed dame resides. Villa mourns with such effectual grief that hindrance, which I send thee to remove, that God's stern jugluent to her will inclines. To Lucia calling, her she thus bespake, now doth thy faithful servant need thy aid, and I commend him to thee. At her word sped el tilde cia, cf all cruelty the foe, and coming to the place, where I abode, seated with Rachel, her of ancient days. She thus addressed me, thou true praise of God, I Beatrice, I wise not thy succor lent. To him who so much loved thee as to leave for thy sale all the multitude at it lies. Dost thou not hear how pitiful his wail, nor mark the death which in the torrent flood, swollen mightier than a sea, him struggling holds? Ne'er among men did any with such speed haste to their profit, flee from their annoy, as why one. And these vivids was spoken, I came here, thou van from my blessed seat, trusting the force of Tilda I pure eloquence, which thee, and all who well have marked it, into honor brings. When she had ended, her bright beaming eyes, tearful she, turned aside, whereat I felt redoubled zeal to serve thee. As she willed, thus am I come. I saved thee from the beast, who thy near way across the goodly mount prevented. What is this comes o'er thee then? Why dost thou hang back? Why in thy breast harbor vile fear? Why hast not courage there, and noble daring, since 3 maids so blessed, thy safety plan, e'en in the court of heaven, and so much see Tilda retain good my words forebode, as florets by the frosty air of Nictilda to bent down and closed, when day has blanched their leaves, rise all unfolded on their spiry steins. So whereas my fainting vigor new restored, and to my heart such kindly courage ran, that I as one undaunted soon replied, O full of pity she, who undertool my slow core, I and thou kind, who didst perform Canto Fern, line 132. Now was the day departing. Canto 2nd, line 1. So soon her true behest, I with such desire thou hast disposed me, Tilda renew my voyage, that my first purpose fully is resoon one-ed. Lead on, one only will is in us both. Thou art my guide, and one why master thou and lord. So spake I, and when he had onward moved, I entered on the deep and woody way. Canto 3, Argument. Dante, following Virgil, come Tildicius to the gate of hell, where, after having read the dreadful words that are written thereon, they both enter. I err, as he understands from Virgil. Those were punished who had passed their time, for living, it could not be called, in a state of apathy and indifference, both to good and evil. Then, pursuing their way, they arrive at the river Acheron, and there find the old ferryman Charon, who takes the spirits over to the opposite shore, which as soon as Dante reaches, he is seized with terror and falls into a trance. Through me you pass into the city of woe. Through me you pass into eternal pale one. Through me among the people lost for aye. Justice, the founder of my fabric, moved. To rear me was the task of power, divil one, supremest wisdom one and primeval love. Before me tollings create were none, save things eternal, and eternal I endure. All hope abandon, ye Botilda, O enter here. Such characters in color dim I lurked over a portal's lofty arch inscribed, whereat I thus, Master, these words import hard in meaning. He, as one prepared, replied, Here Thol must all distrust behind thee leave, tilde ere bevile fear extinguish one deed. We are COI 11, where I have told thee we shall one all see the souls, to 111 Iseri Doride, who intellectual good have lost. And when his 11 and he had stretched forth to mine, with pleasant looks, whence I was cheer, into that secret place he led in Aeon. Here sighs with larn lamentations and loud moans, resounded through the air, pierced by 110 star, that e'en I wept at entering. Various tongues, horrible languages, outcries of woe. I, who now bid thee on this errand forth, am Beatrice. Canto 2, lines 70-71. All hope abandon, ye who enter here. 25-60. He thus to me, this miserable fate suffer the wretched souls of those who lived without or praise or blame, with that ill band of angels mixed, who nor rebellious proved, nor yet were true to God, but for themselves were only. From his bounds, heaven drove them forth, not to impair his luster, nor the depth of hell receives them, lest the accursed tribe should glory thence with exultation vain. I then, Master, what doth aggrieve them thus, that they lament so loud? He straight replied, That will I tell thee briefly. These of death no hope may entertain, and their blind life so meanly passes, that all other lots they envy. Fame of them the world hath none, nor suffers. Mercy and justice scorn them both. Speak not of them, but look, and pass them by. And I, who straightway looked, beheld a flag, which whirling ran around so rapidly that it no pause obtained, and following came. Such a long train of spirits, I should ne'er have thought that death so many had despoiled. When some of these I recognized, I saw and knew the shade of him, who to base fear yielding, abjured his high estate. Forthwith I understood for certain, this the tribe of those ill spirits, both to God displeasing and to his foes, these wretches who ne'er lived, went on in gnarledness and sorely stung by wasps and hornets, which bedebbed their cheeks with a one blood, that enlixed with a one tears, till they dropped to their feet, and by disgust full, worn one, Sepvas gathered there. Then looking further onwards, I beheld a throng upon the shore of a great stream one, whereat I thus, Sir, I grant me enough to enough whom here review, and welse in one pell that they seeing so eager to pass zero there, as I discern through the blare light. He thus to me in fee-float, This shalt thou know, soon as our steps arrive, beside the wafted tide of Acheron. Then with eyes downward cast, and filled with sell one aim, fearing my bevards offensive to his ear, till Vavre had reached the river, I frole 11 speech obtained. And lo, toward us in a barl comes on an old Innan, hoary white with eld, crying, Woe to you, wicked spirits, hope not ever to see the sky again. I cameo to tower you to the other shore across, into eternal dullness, there to dwell in fierce heat and in ice. And thou who there standest, live spirit, get thee hence, and leave these who are dead. But soon as he beheld I left till one am not, by other way, said he, by other haven shalt thou come to shore, not by this passage. Thee a nin one blair boa, must Catilde rye. Then to him thus Pele Michael eyed, Charon, I thyself torment not, so 'tis willed. where will and power are one. Ask Thol no more. Straightway in silence fell the shaggy cheeks of him. The botinan zero, ere the livid luck around Vivos's eyes glared wheeling flowers. Meanwhile, those spirits faint and gnarled Colossi hanged and gnashed their teeth soon as the cruel words they heard. God and their parents tele blaspheme. And 10 to Vardus in a bark comes on an old man, Horis, Svit bivith el, crying, Woe to you, wicked spirit. Canto the 3, lines 76, 78. E'en in like manner Adam's evil brood cast themselves one by one down from the shore. The humankind, the place, the time, and seed that did engender them and give them birth. Then altogether sorely wailing drew to the cursed strand that every man must pass who fears not God. Charon, demonic form, with eyes of burning coal, collects them all, beckoning at and each that lingers with his oar strikes. As fall off the light autumnal leaves, one still another following, till the bough strews all its honors on the earth beneath. E'en like the manner Adam's evil brood cast themselves one by one down from the shore, each at a beck, as falcon at his call. Thus go they over through the umbered wave, and ever they on the opposite bank be landed. On this side, another throng still gathers. Son, thus spake the courteous guide, those who die subject to the wrath of God, all here together come from every clime, and to o'erpass the river are not loath, for so heaven's justice goads them on, that fear is turned into desire. Hence ne'er hath passed good spirit. If of thee Charon complain, now mayest thou know the import of his words. This said, the gloomy region trembling shook so terribly, that yet with clammy dews fear chills my brow. The sad earth gave a blast, that lightning shot forth of a million flame, which all my senses conquered quite, and I down dropped as one with sudden slumber seized. Canto Ave, argument. The poet, being roused by a clap of thunder and following his guide onwards, descends into limbo, which is the first circle of hell, where he finds the souls of those who, although they have lived virtuously, and have not to suffer for great sins, nevertheless, through lack of baptism, merit not the bliss of paradise. Hence he is led on by Virgil to descend into the second circle. Broke the deep slumber in my brain a crash of heavy thunder that I shook tilled myself as one by main force aroused. Risen upright, my rested eyes I moved arolled and searched, with fixed len to know what place it was wherein I stood. For certain on the brink I found me of the lamentable vale, the dread abyss that joins a thunderal's sullen of plaints inallurable, dark tilde and deep and thick with clouds zero air spread. 11 line I in vain explored its bottom, nor could aught discern. Now let us to the blind Dvor glare beneath descend. The bard began, all pale of look. I go the first, and thou shalt follow thy next. Then I, his altered hue perceiving thus, or may I speed if thou yieldest, to dread who still art wont to colorfort me ill doubt. I then, tile anguish of that race below with pity stains, the cheek, which thol for fear missed no plaint was heard, except of sighs, that L11 aid the eternal air. Tremble, not caused by tortures, but of grief felt by those multitudes, many and vast, of men, women, and infants. Then to me the gentle guide, inquirest thou not, what spirits are these which thou beholdest? Ere thou pass farther, I would thou know, that these of sin were blameless, and if aught they merited, it profits not, since baptism was not theirs, the portal to thy faith. If they before the gospel lived, they served not God aright, and among such am I. For these defects, and for no other evil, we are lost, only so far afflicted, that we live desiring without hope. Sore grief assailed my heart at hearing this, for well I knew, suspended in that limbo, many a soul of mighty worth. Oh, tell me, sire revered, tell me, my master, I began through wish of full assurance, in that holy faith which vanquishes all error. Say, did e'er any, or through his own or others' merit, come forth from thence, who afterward was blessed, Piercing the secret import of my speech, he answered, I was new to that estate, when I beheld a puissant one arrive amongst us, with victorious trophy crowned. He forth the shade of our first parent drew, Abel his child, and Noah righteous man, of Moses lawgiver for faith approved, of patriarch Abraham, and David king, Israel with his sire and with his sons, nor without Rachel whom so hard he won, and others many more, whom he to bliss exalted. Before these, be thou assured, no spirit of humankind was ever saved. We, while he spake, ceased not our onward road, still passing through the wood, for so I now knew those spirits thick beset. We were not far on this side from the summit, even I kenned a flame, that zero o'er the dark, and one hemisphere prevailing shined. Yet we a little space were distant, underscore not so far, but I in part discovered that a tribe in 110, nor Hyle one, that place possessed. Zero thou, who every art and science valuest, I who are these, that boast such honor, separate from all the rest. He answered, there know we one of their great nullness, that echoes through the world above, acquires favor in heaven, which holds to one ell thus advanced. Meantime, a voice I heard, on a tile bard, sublinely, I his shade returns, that left us late. I, no sooner ceased the sound, than I beheld 4 mighty spirits. Toward us bend their steps, of semblance neither sorrowful nor glad. When thus my Olwan Aster ind began, Mal him, W110 in his right hand bears that Falcalian Cohen, the other 3 preceding as Teal one air lord. This is that Holner of all bards supreme, Flaccus the next in satire's vein excelling. The 3rd is Naso, Lucan is the last, because they all that appellation of Val, with which the voice singly accosted early 11 eve. Honoring they greet me thus, and well they judge. So I beheld united the brigald school, of him the monarch of sublimest song, that zero ere the others like an eagle soars. When they together short discourse had held, they turned to me with salutation kind, beckloning me, at which my master smiled, nor was this all, but greater honor still they gave me, for they made me of their tribe, and I was 6th amid so learned a bando, only so far afflicted that we lived, desiring without hope. 4 Canto de 4, lines 38, 39. So I beheld united the bright school of him the monarch of sublimest song, that o'er the others like an eagle soars. Canto the 4, Ines 89, 91. Far as the luminous beacon on we passed, speaking of matters then befitting well to speak, now fitter left untold, at foot. Of a magnificent castle we arrived, 7 times with lofty walls begirt, and round defended by a pleasant stream. O'er this, as o'er dry land, we passed. Next, through 7 gates, I with those sages entered, and we came into a mead with lively verdure fresh. There dwelt a race who slow their eyes around majestically moved, and in their porch bore eminent authority. They spake seldom, but all their words were tuneful sweet. We to one side retired into a place open and bright and lofty, whence each one stood manifest to view. Incontinent, there on the green enamel of the plain, were shown me the great spirits, by whose sight I am exalted in my own esteem. Electra there I saw accompanied by many, among whom Hector I knew, Anchises' pious son, and with hawk's eye Caesar all armed. And by Camilla there Penthesilea. On the other side, old King Latinus, seated by his child, Lavinia. And that Brutus I beheld who Tarquin chased, Lucretia, Cato's wife Marcia, with Julia and Cornelia there. And sole apart retired the Soldan fierce. Then when a little more I raised my brow, I spied the master of the sapient throng, seated amid the philosophic train. Him all admire, all pay him reverence due. There Socrates and Plato both I marked nearest to him in rank. Democritus, who sets the world at chance, Diogenes. 26, with Heraclitus, and Empedocles, and Anaxagoras, and Thales, sage. Zeno and Dioscorides, well read in nature's secret lore. Orpheus I marked, and Linus, Tully and moral Seneca, Euclid and Ptolemy, Hippocrates, Galenus, Avicen, and him who made that commentary vast, Averroes. Of all to speak at full were vain attempt, for my wide theme so urges that oft times my words fall short of what bechanced. Into the six associates part. Another way my sage guide leads me from that air serene into a climate ever vexed with storms, and to a part I come where no light shines. The stormy blast of hell with restless fury drives the spirits on. Canto Vi, lines 3%, 33. Canto V, argument. Coming until to the second circle of hell, Dante at the entrance beholds Minos, the infernal judge, by whom he is admonished to be tilde where hovey he enters those regions. Here he witnesses the punishment of carnal sinners, who are tossed about ceaselessly in the dark air by the most furious winds. Amongst these, he meets with Francesca of Rimini, through pity at whose sad tale he falls fainting to the ground. From the first circle I descended thus, fell to the second, which a lesser space in Bratze 11G, so 111 more of grit tilde F contains. Provoci tilde Gae, bitter moan tilde. There Minos stands, grinning with ghastly feature. He of all who enter, strict examining the crimes, gives sentence and dismisses Thelu beneath, according as he foldeth Hitilde around. For when before Hill 11 collues the ill-fated soul, it all confesses, and that judge severe of sins, considering what place in hell suits the transgression, with his tale so oft himself encircles, as degrees beneath he do, it to descend. Before him stand always a numerous throng, and in his turn, each one to judgment passing spiels, and hears his fate. Thence downward, to his dwelling hurled. Zero, thou, who to this residence of woe approachest I, when he saw me comic, cried Minos, relinquishing his dread employ. I yoke how thou enter here. Beware in whom thou place thy trust. Let not the entrance broad deceive thee to thy harm. To him my guide, wherefore exclaimest, hinder not his, yea, by destinies appointed. So 'tis willed, where will and power are one. Ask thou no more. Now 'gin the rueful wailings to be heard. Now am I come where many a plaining voice smites on mine ear. Into a place I came, where light was silent, or, bellowing, there groaned a noise as of a sea in tempest torn by warring winds. The stormy blast of hell with restless fury drives the spirits on, whirled round and dashed amain with sore annoy. When they arrive before the ruinous sweep, their shrieks are heard, their lamentations, moans, and blasphemies against the good power in heaven. I understood that to this torment, sad, the carnal sinners are condemned, in whom reason by lust is swayed. As in large troops and multitudinous, when winter reigns, the starlings on their wings are borne abroad, so bear the tyrannous gust those evil souls. On this side and on that, above, below, it drives them. Hope of rest to solace them is none nor e'en of milder pang. As cranes, chanting their dolorous notes, traverse the sky, stretched out in long array, so I beheld spirits who came loud wailing, hurried on by their dire doom. Then I, instructor, who are these by the black air so scourged? The first among those of whom thou questionest, he replied, o'er many tongues was empress. She, in vice of luxury, was so shameless that she made liking be lawful. Canto 5, lines 72, 74. Love brought us to one death. Caina waits the soul who spilt our life. Canto 5, lines 105, 106. And to Sychaeus' ashes broke her faith. Then follows Cleopatra, lustful queen. There marked I Helen, for whose sake so long the time was fraught with evil. There the great Achilles, who with love fought to the end. Paris I saw, and Tristan, and beside, 1,000 more he showed me, and by name pointed them out, whom love bereaved of life. When I'd heard my sage instructor name those dames and knights of antique days, o'erpowered by pity, well nigh in a maze my mind was lost. And I began, bard, willingly I would address those two together coming, which seem so light before the wind. He thus, note thou, when nearer they to us approach, then by that love which carries them along, entreat, and they will come. Soon as the wind swayed them toward us, I thus framed my speech. O wearied spirits, come, and hold discourse with us, if by none else restrained. As doves by fond desire invited, on wide wings and firm to their sweet nest returning home, cleave the air, wafted by their will along. Thus issued from that troop where Dido ranks, they through the ill air speeding. With such force my cry prevailed, by strong affection urged. O gracious creature and benign, who goest visiting through this element obscure, us who the world with bloody stain imbrued, if for a friend, the king of all we owned, our prayer to him should for thy peace arise, since thou hast pity on our evil plight. Of whatsoe'er to hear or to discourse it pleases thee, that will we hear, of that freely with the discourse, while ere the wind, as now, is mute. The land that gave me birth is situate on the coast, where Po descends to rest in ocean with his sequenced S. Love, that in gentle heart is quickly learnt, entangled him by that fair form from me tarn in such cruel sort, as grieves me still. Love, that denial takes from none beloved, caught me with Platil to sing in one so passing well, that as thou seest, he yet deserts me not. Love brought us to one death. Cain awaits the soul who spilt our life. Such were their words. At hearing which, downward I bent my lules, and held them there so long that the bard cried, What art thou pondering? I in answer thus, Alas, I by what sweet tale 10 ug 11 tease, what fond desire must they at length to that ill pass have reached I? Then turning, I to them my speech addressed, and thus began, Francesca, I your sad fate, even to tears my grief and pity moves. But tell me, in the time of your sweet sighs, by what and how love granted that ye learn now your yet uncertain wishes? She replied, no greater grief than to rend one ember days of joy. Then misery is at hand. Had to say 11, as thy learned instructor, yet so eagerly, if Thor art bent to know the eprimal root, from whence our love gat being, I will do as one, for weeps and tells his tale. One day, for our delight, we read of Lancelot, how him love thralled. Alone we were, and no suspicion near us, oft times by that reading. Our eyes were drawn together, and the hue fled from our altered cheek. But at one point, alone we fell. When of that smile shall be read, the wished smile so rapturously kissed by one so deep in love, then he who ne'er from me shall separate, at once my lips, all trembling kissed. The bool and writer both were love's purveyors. In its leaves that day we read no more. While thus one spirit spake, the other wailed so sorely that heart-star tilde call. I, through compassion fainting, seemed not far from death, and like a corse fell to the ground. Canto the 6th, Argument. On his recovery, the poet finds himself in the third circle where the gluttonous are punished. Their torment is to lie in the mire under a continual and heavy storm of hail, snow, and discolored water. Cerberus, meanwhile, barking over them with his threefold throat and rending them piecemeal. One of these, who on earth was named Jaco, foretells the divisions with which Florence is about to be distracted. Dante proposes a question to his guide, who solves it, and they proceed toward the fourth circle. My sense reviving that erewhile had drooped with pity for the kindred shades, whence grief o'ercame me wholly. Straight around I see new torments, new tormented souls, which way soe'er I move, or turn, or bend my sight. In the third circle I arrive, showers ceaseless, accursed, heavy and cold, unchanged forever. both in kind and in degree. Large hail, discolored water, sleety floor. Through the dun midnight air streamed down amain. Stank all the land whereon that tempest fell. Cerberus, cruel monster, fierce and strange, through his wide threefold throat, barks as a dog, over the multitude immersed beneath. His eyes glare crimson, black his unctuous beard, his belly large, and clawed the hands with which he tears the spirits, flays them, and their limbs piecemeal disparts, howling their spread as curs. Under the rainy deluge, with one side the other screening, oft they roll them round, a wretched, godless crew. When that great worm descried us, savage Cerberus, he oped his jaws, and the fangs showed us, not a limb of him, but trembled. Then my guide, his palms, in its leaves that day, we read No 1110, Canto Ver, lines 134, 135. I, through compassion fainting, seemed not far from death, and like a corse fell to the ground. Canto 5, lines 137, 138, expanding on the ground. Thence filled with earth raised them, and cast it in his ravenous maw. E'en as a dog that yelling bays for food. His keeper, when the morsel comes, lets fall his fury, bent alone with eager haste to swallow it. So dropped the loathsome cheeks of demon Cerberus, who thundering stuns the spirits, that they for deafness wish in vain. We o'er the shade, thrown prostrate by the brunt of the heavy tempest passing, set our feet upon their emptiness, that substance seen. They all along the earth extended lay, save one, that sudden raised himself to sit. Soon as that way he saw us pass, O thou, he cried, who through the infernal shades art led, own, if again thou know'st me, thou wast framed, or ere my frame was broken. I replied, the anguish thou endurest, perchance so takes thy form from my remembrance, that it seems as if I saw thee never. But inform me who thou art, that in a place so sad art set, and in such torment, that although other be greater, none disgusteth more. He thus, in answer to my words, rejoined, Thy city heaped with envy to the brim, I, that the measure overflows its bounds, held me in brighter days. Ye citizens were wont to name me Chiaco, for the sin of gluttony damned vice beneath this reign. E'en as thou seest, I with fatigue am worn, nor I sole spirit in this woe. All these have by like crime incurred like punishment. No more, he said, and I my speech resumed. Chiaco, thy dire affliction grieves me much, even to tears. But tell me if thou knowest what shall at length befall the citizens of the divided city, whether any just one inhabit there, and tell the cause whence jarring discord hath assailed it thus. He then, after long striving, they will come to blood, and the wild party from the woods will Chastilda the other with much injury for. Then it behoves that this must fall within 3 solar circles. I'll one the ought of one arise by borrowed force of one, who under shore Nov rests. It shall along tilde see hold aloof its forehead, K tilde eeping under heavy weight, the Otler oppressed, indignant at the load, J's tond grieving sore. The just are 2 in number, but they neglected. Avarice, envy, pride, 3 fatal spars have settled 11 earths of all on fire. Here ceased the lamentable sound, and I content, not led thus. Still evolved I learn more from thee, further parley still entreat. Of Farinata and Tegaio say, they who sow veil deserve. Of Jacopo, Arrigo, Mosca, and the rest, who bent their minds on working good. Oh, tell me where they bide, and to their knowledge let in call, for I am pressed with lean desire to hear. If heaven's sweet cup, or poisol 10 US drug of 1L, be to their lips assigned, he answered straight, these are yet blacker spirits. Various crimes I have sunned them deeper in the dark abyss. If thou so far descendest, thou mayst see them. But to the pleasant world, when thou returnest, of Lan Male Mentio 11, I entreat thee there. No lore, I tell thee, answer thee no lore. 11 is said, his fixed eyes he turned askance. A little eyed me, then bent to Van his head, and midst his blind con one panions, vivid fell, Wenthos my guide. No Allura his bed he leaves. Then my guide, his palms expanding on the tilde round, thence filled with earth raised the chem, and cast it in his Ravenna's Marvar, Canto 5/ lines 24, 26. Thy city heaped with envy to the brim, aye, that the measure overflows its bounds. Canto the 6th, lines 49, 50. Ere the last angel trumpet blow, the power adverse to these shall then ill glory come, each one forthwith to his sad toll repair. Wrestle one i his fleshly vesture and his fall, and hear the eternal dultai re-echoing rend the vault. So passed we through that in one ixture foul of spirits and rain, with tardy steps, one in wild touching, though slightly on the life to coal one e. For I question, shall these tortures, sir, while the great sentence passes, be increased, or mitigatable, or as now severe? He then, consult thy knowledge, that decides, that as each thing to more perfection grows tops, it feels letty or sensibly both good and pain. Though ne'er to true perfection do I arrive, this race accursed, yet nearer then, till 11 and L0W, they shall approach it. Colon passing that path, circuitous we journeyed, and discourse, much 1110 ray than I relate, between us passed, till at the point whence the steps led below, arrived, there Plutus, the great foe, we found. Canto 7, Argument. In the present canto, Dante describes his descent into the fourth circle, at the beginning of which he sees Plutus stationed. Here, one like Dulu awaits the prodigal and the avaricious, which is to meet in direful conflict, rolling great, waits against each other with mutual upbraidings. From hence, Virgil takes occasion to show how vain the goods which are committed into the charge of fortune. And this moves our author to inquire W11, at being that fortune is, of whom he speaks. Which question being resolved, they go down into the fifth circle, where they find the wrathful and gloomy tormented in the Stygian lake. Having made a compass round great part of this lake, they come at last to the base of a lofty tower. H me 10 Satan, one Satai, one, loud exclaim one did Plutus in accent hoarse of Ravildala. And the Lanco sage, whom 110 events surprised, to comfort into Spale, let not thy fear harm thee, for power in Hittle, be sure is none to hinder down this rock of thy swift descent. Then to that swollen lip turning, peace 1 inch he cried, cursed of all vital one, ye fury inward on thyself pray, and consume thee if one. Pro the Dal profound, but not without Catilda say, he passes. So 'tis willed on a one eye there, where the great archangel poured hevel one's vengeance on the first adulterer proud. As sails, full spread and bellying with the wind, drops suddenly collapsed, if to 11 mast split, so to the ground, Doven dropped the key flial fiend. Thus we, descending to the fourth steep ledge, gained on the disluels 11 oar, that all the woe hems in of all the universe. Ah me, almighty justice I in that store, thou heapst new pains, new troubles as I here beheld. Wherefore doth fault of ours bring us to this? E'en as a billow on Charybdis rising against incollant billow dashing brills. Such is the dance, this wretched race, L11 us lead. Cursed wolf, thy fury inward, or thy sele prey, and consume thee, not all the gold that is beneath the moon, or ever hath been, or these toil-worn souls, might purchase rest for one, I, whom more than elsewhere numerous here I found from one side and the other with loud voice, both rolled on weights by main force of their breasts, then smote together, and each one forthwith rolled them back voluble, turning again, exclaiming these, why holdest thou so fast? Those answering, and why casteth thou away? So still repeating their despiteful song, they to the opposite point on either hand traversed the horrid circle, then arrived, both turned them round, and through the middle space, conflicting met again. At sight whereof I, stung with gry, pound thus spall. O say, tell I, guide, what race is this? Where these Beveltensi heads are shorn, on our left hand, all separate to the church. He straight replied, In their first life, these all in mind were so distorted, to 11 that they made, according to due measure, of their wealth no use. This clearly Freud their words collect, which they howl forth at each extremity, arriving at the circle, where their crime, contrary inland disparts them. To the church were separate those that with no hairy carvels are crowned, both pois and cardinals, zero whom avarice dominion absolute male one tames. I then, mid such as these, sole tilde one needs must be, whom I shall recognize, that whittle one the blot of these foul sins were stale, wondered all, the answerable one G thus, vain thought conceivest thou, that ignoble life which made them vile before, now makes then one dark, and to all the loved legend discernible. Forever they soul one all meet in this rude shop, these from the tomb with clenched grasp shall fize, those with close-shaven locks, that ill they gave, and ill till one I kept, hath of the beauteous world deprived, and set them at this strife, which will one needs no labored phrase, of one Ewan to set it off. Now mayst thou see, my son, 110 W brief, how vain the goods come knitted ill to fortune's hands, for which the whole none race keel, such a coil, not all the gold that is beneath the moon, or ever or one hath been of these toil-worn souls might Plercus rest for one. I thus rejoin, my guide I of thee, this also would I learn, this a fortune that'll 10 you spiels to tilde what it is, whose talons grasp the blessings of the world. He thus, O beings blind, I will 11 at ignorance besets y'all. Now my judgment here until 11 arc. He whose transcell wandel wanti vivistum passes all, the heavens creating, gave thel ruling powers to guide then one tilde, so that eke 11 parts shines to each, their light in equal distribution poured. By similar appointment he ordained, over the voles bright illages to rule, superintendents of a gliding 11 and a general minister, which at due time may change the unpiety advantages of life, from race to race, from one to others. Blood, beyond prevention of man's vicest care, wherefore one nation rises into sway, another languishes, even as her will decrees, from one list concealed, as in the grass the serpent trail. Against her naught avails your ultranast wisdom. She with forsigalt plans, judges, and carries on her reg 11, as Telers the other, povers divine, her changes, now none intermission, by necessity tilde he is made swift, so frequent for claim succession in her favors. This is she, so execrated e'en by those Fashfo's debt to her is rather praise. They wrong Flilly with blanc requite her, and I if tilde the evil, but she is blessed, and for Tolat reckles not, amidst the other primal beings glad, rolls on her sphere, and in her bliss exults. Now on our way pass we, to heavier woe descending, for equal star is falling now, that around it at our entrance, and forbids too long our tarrying. We the circle cross to the next steep, arriving at a Farverkeen, the boiling pours itself into a fosse, sluiced follow its source. Far much of us the wave than sablest grain, and Varvi in col 11 panny of the inly waters, joloning by their side, entered through by a different track tilde beneath, into a lake, the Stygian named, expands the dismal stream when it has reached the foot of the grey withered cliffs tilde intent I stood to gaze, and in the marish sunk descried a miry tribe, all naked, and with 1,001 says battling in rage, they with their hands alone struggle not, bulked with tile 11 ed, the breast, the feet, cutting each other, peaceful kneel whittle their fang. The good instructor spal, Nov seest Thor's son, the souls of those whom anger overcame. This too for certain, now that underneath the water dwells a multitude, both sighs into these bubbles that make the surface heave. As Tyline eye tells Tully, wheresoe'er it turn, fix still the Slilu, they say, sad once were we, in the sweet air made gladsome by the sun, carrying a foul and lazy mist within. Now in these merly settlings are, for sad, such dolorous strain they gurgle in their thul tilde oats, but word distinct can litter none. Our route thus corn passed we, a segment widely stretched between tilde the dry embankment and the core of the loathed pool, turning meanwhile one eye our eyes downward on those who tilted its lily 11 Adiles, nor stopped, till to a tower's low base we came. Canto 8. Argument. A signal having been made from the tower, Phlegus, the ferryman of the lake, speedily crosses it, and conveys Virgil and Dante to the other side. On their passage they met with Filippo Argenti, whose fury and torment are described. They T4 and arrive at the city of Dis, the entrance whereto is denied, and the portals closed against them by Tinani demons. My then Wani pursuing I relate, that ere we reached the lofty titularet's base, our eyes its height ascended, where we marled up 11 to Evo cressets, and another saw fro far Retilda round the signal, so remote that scarce the eye could catch its beam. I, turning round, to the deep source of care knowledge, thus inquired, say what this means, and what that other light in answer set, what agency doth this? There on the filthy waters, he replied, Ean tilde oviv, what next awaits us mayst thou see, if the marsh-gendered fog conceal it not. Never was arrow from the cord dismissed that ran its way so in one bly through 11 the air, as a small bark that through the waves I spied towards us, call 11ing, under the sole survey of one that fedded it, who cried aloud, Art thou arrived, fell spirit, Phlegas? Phlegas? This time thou criest in vain, my lord replied. No longer shalt thou have us, but while o'er the Slilny Phlegias inly pined in his fierce ire, my guide descending stepped. Now seest thou, son, the souls of those whom anger overcame. Canto 7, lines 118, 119. Soon as both embarked, cutting the waves, goes on the ancient prow, more deeply than with others it is wont. Canto the 8th, lines 27, 29. Into the skiff and bade me enter next, close at his side, nor till my entrance seemed the vessel freighted. Soon as both embarked, cutting the waves, goes on the ancient prow, more deeply than with others is its wont. While we our course o'er the dead channel held, one drenched in mire before me came, and said, Who art thou that thus comest ere thine hour? I answered, Though I come, I tarry not, but who art thou that art become so foul? One, as thou seest, who mourn, he straight replied. To which I thus, in mourning and in woe, cursed spirit, tarry thou, I know thee well. E'en thus in filth disguised. Then stretched he forth hands to the bark, whereof my teacher sage aware, thrusting him back, away down there to the other dogs. Then with his arms my neck encircling, kissed my cheek and spake, O soul justly disdainful, blessed was she in whom thou wast conceived. He in the world was one for arrogance noted. To his memory no virtue lends its luster. Even so here is his shadow furious. There above, how many now hold themselves mighty kings, who here like swine shall wallow in the mire, leaving behind them horrible dispraise. I then, master, him fain would I behold, whelmed in these dregs, before we quit the lake. He thus, or ever to thy view the shore be offered, satisfied shall be that wish, which well deserves completion. Scarce his words were ended, when I saw the miry tribes set on him with such violence, that yet for that I render thanks to God, and pray. To Filippo Argenti, cried they all, and on himself the moody Florentine. Turned his avenging fang. Him here we left, nor speak I of him more, but on mine ear sudden a sound of lamentation smote, whereat mine eye unbarred I sent abroad. And thus the good instructor, now my son draws near the city, that of Dis is named, with its grave denizens a mighty throng. I thus, the minarets already, sir, there certes in the valley I descry, gleaming vermilion as if they from fire had issued. He replied, Eternal fire that inward burns, shows them with ruddy flame illumined, as in this nether hell thou seest. We came within the fosses deep, that moat, this region comfortless. The walls appeared as they were framed in iron. We had made wide circuit, ere a place we reached where loud. The mariner cried vehement, Go forth, the entrance is here. Upon the gates I spied more than 1,000, who of old from heaven were showered. With ireful gestures, "Who is this," they cried, "that without death first felt, goes through the regions of the dead?" My sapient guide made sign that he for secret parley wished, whereat their angry scorn abating, thus they spake, "Come thou alone, and let him go, who has so hardily entered this realm. Alone return he by his witless way. If well he know it, let him prove. For thee here shalt thou tarry, who through climes so dark hast been his escort. Now bethink thee, reader, what cheer was mine at sound of those cursed words. I did believe I never should return. Oh, my loved guide, who more than 7 times security hast rendered me, and drawn from peril deep, whereto I stood exposed, my teacher sage aware, thrusting him back, away down there to the other dogs. Canto the 8, lines 39, 41. I could not hear what terms he offered them, but they conferred not long. Canto the 8, lines 110, 111. Desert me not, I cried, ill this extreme, and if our onward going be delayed, together trace we back, our steps with speed. My liege, who thither had conducted me, replied, Fear not, for of our passage none hath power to disappoint list, lie such high authority permitted. But do thou expect me, Lurelaire, meanwhile thy very spirit connofor, and feed with one, he'll wonderly hope, assured I will not leave thee in this lower world. This said, departs the sire benevolent, and quits me. Hesitating I remain, at war twixt will and will not, and in one why thoughts. I could not hear what Ternalis Elele offered to them, but they conferred not long, for all at once pell-mell rushed back within, closed veer the gates by those our adversaries, on tile breast of my liege lord. Excluded, he returned to me with tardy steps. Upon the ground, his eyes were bent, and from his brow, if erased, all confidence. While thus in sighs he spake, Who hath denied me these abodes of woe? T11, and thus to me, that I am angered, think no ground of terror. In this trial I shall vanquish, use what arts they may within for hindrance. This their insolence not new, erewhile at gateless secret they displayed, which still is without bolt. Upon its arch thou saw'st tile deadly scroll, and even now, on this side of its entrance, down the steep, passing the circles, unescorted, comes one whose strong might can open us this land. Canto 9, Argument. After some hindrances, and having seen the hellish fury Tilda and other monsters, the poet, by the help of an angel, enters the city of Dis, wherein he discovers that the heretics are punished in tombs burning with intense fire, and he, together with Virgil, passes onward between the sepulchres and the walls of the city. The who, which cowered dread on my pale shields, imprinted when I saw my guide turn back, chased that from his which newly they had worn, and inwardly restrained it. He, as one who listens, stood attentive, for his eye nat far could lead him through the sable air, and the thickle gathering cloud. It yet behooves we win this fight. Thus 11E began. If not, such aid to us is offer, quote, D. Dash, quote, Oh, I, how long me seems it, ere the promised help arrive. I noted how the sickle of his words cloaked their begin tildane. For tal one last, he spake, agreed not with the 11 at first, but not the less my fear her varsed is saying, sith I drew to him tilder at worst perchance. T11 and T 11 that he held, his mutilated speech, doth ever any into this rueful car 011 cave's extreme depth descend, all it of the 11 the first degree, whose pain is deprivation merely of sweet hope. Thus I inquiring, rarely, he replied, It chances that intending as any mouse is this journey which I wend. Erewhile, 'tis true, once came I here beneath, conjured by fell Ericto, sorceress, who compelled the shades back to their bodies. No long space, my flesh. Mark thou each dire Erinis. Canto 9, line 46. To the gate he came, and with his wand touched it, whereat open without impediment it flew. Was naked of me, when within these walls she made me enter, to draw forth a spirit from out of Judas's circle. Lowest place is that of all obscurest, and removed furthest from heaven's all-circling all. The road, full well I know, Thou therefore rest secure. That lake, the noisome stench exhaling round the city of grief encompasses, which now we may not enter without rage. Yet more, he added, but I hold it not in mind, for that mine eye toward the lofty tower had drawn me wholly to its burning top, where in an instant I beheld uprisen at once 3 hellish furies stained with blood. In limb and motion feminine they seemed. Around them greenest hydras twisting rolled their volumes. Adders and cerastes crept instead of hair, and their fierce temples bound. And such thrilled clamor raised that to the bard I clung, suspicion bound. Hasten, Medusa, so to adamant him shall we change. All looking down exclaimed, e'en when by Theseus' might assailed, we took no ill revenge. Turn thyself round, and keep thy countenance hid. For if the Gorgon dire be shown, and thou shouldst view it, thy return upwards would be forever lost. This said, himself my gentle master turned me round, nor trusted he my hands, but with his own. He also hid me. Ye of intellect, sound and entire, mark well the lore concealed under close texture of the mystic strain. And now there came Zero, there the perturbed waves lulled crashing, terrible, a sound that made idle one ashore, trouble as if of a wind impetuous, from conflicting vapors sprung. One tilde hat, 'gainst some forest driving, all a one his might, plucks off the branches, beats them doven, and hurls afar. The tilde en onward passing proudly sweeps his whirlwind rage, where 11 isle beasts and shepherds fly. Mine eyes he loosed and spake, and nov direct thy visual nerve tilde along that ancient foam, there thickest where the Cetitioli ascends, as frogs before their foe the serpent. Through the Vavave, ply swiftly all, till at the ground each one lies on a heap. More than a T-110 youths and spirits destroyed, so sever I fleeing before one who passed with unbent feet the Stygian sound. He full one, his face removing the gross air, oft his left hand forth stretched, and seeing alone by the 11 at annoyance wearied. I perceived that he vivis sent from heaven, and to my guide turned me, vivo signal made, that I as 110 outstand quiet, and ben tilde o hin one. I'll one I how full of noble anger seemed 11 T.O. the gate he came, and with his wand touched it, whereat open without impediment it flew. Outcasts of heaven, oh, abject race and scorned, began he on the horrid Grunsel standing. Whence doth this wild excess of insolence lodge in you? Wherefore, cork English you gainst that will ne'er frustrate of its end, and which so oft hath laid on you enforcement of your pang? What profits at 11 effates to but the H.C. fall? Your Cerberus, if you remember, 11's, bears still P.P. tilde L.O. of their hair, his throat and more. This said, he turned back o'er the filthy way, and syllable to us spake none, but wore the semblance of a man by other care beset, and leanly pressed, then thought of him who in his presence stands. Then we our steps toward that territory moved, secure after the hallowed boards, we Ulten posed, there entered, and my mind eager to learn what state a fortress Lil to that might hold. I, soon as entered, throve mine eye around, and see on every part vit, stretching space, replete with bitter pain and torn one and ill, as Virone stagnates on the plains of Ares, or as at Pola near Quarnaro's gulf, that closes Italy and laves her bounds. He places all thick spread with Cipoll 1/11ers. So was it here, save what in 110 raw here exiled. Amidst it 11 their graves were scattered with flames, wherewith intensely all through 110 that they burned, that iron for no craft their hotter needs. Their lids all hung suspended, and beneath from them forth issued lamentable moans, such as the sad and tortured well might raise. I thus, Master say, foe are these, interred within these vaults, of whom distinct we hear the dolorous sighs. He answer thus returned, the arch-heretics are here, accompanied by every sect their followers, and much from dot o'er than thou believest, the tombs are freighted. Lily with Lili is buried, and the monuments are different in degrees of heat. This said, he to the right hand turning, on we passed betwixt the afflicted, until one ramparts high. Canto Kings. Argu me. Dante, having obtained permission from his guide, holds discourse with Farinata degli Uberti and Cavalcanti, who lie in their fiery tombs that are yet open, and not to be closely up till after the last judgment. Farinata predicts the poet's exile from Florence, and shows him that the condemned have knowledge tilde of future things, but are ignorant of what is at present passing, unless it be revealed by some newcomer from heart. Now by a secret path they proceed, between the walls till one at hen one, the Reggio 11 round, and the tormented souls, my master first, I close bell in his steps, virtue superelio, I till one us began, who through these ample orbs in circuit ledst me, even as thou verbillest, speak thou, and satisfy my wisel one. May till 10 see who lie within these sepulchres be seen. Already all till one lids are raised, and none o'er the 11 Ipswich. He thus in answer spake, they shall be closed all, what in one they hear, from Josaphat returns of one all, call 11 and bright eye 1 Joe, their bodies, which above till 1 eye now have left. The cemetery 0, 1 till 1 is part obtained with Epicurus, all his followers, who with till 1 body make the spirit die. Here therefore satisfaction shall be soon, both to the question asked, and to the wish which thou concealst in silence. I replied, I lied not, guide beloved, from thee any heart secreted, but to still one unvain length of words. A lesson ero 11 I'll tell, 11 to me by thyself. 0 Tuscan, thou who through the city of fire. He answer thus returned D. The arch heretics are here, accompanied by every sect their followers. Canto the 9, lines 124, 126. He, soon as there I stood at the tomb's foot, eyed me a space. Then in a disdainful mood addressed me, say what ancestors were thine. Here, please thee stay a while. Thy utterance declares the place of thy nativity to be that noble land, with which perchance I too severely dealt. Sudden that sound forth issued from a vault, whereat in fear I somewhat closer to my leader's side approaching, he thus spake, what dost thou? Turn, lo, Farinata there, who hath himself uplifted from his girdle upwards, all exposed, behold him. On his face was mine already fixed. His breast and forehead there erecting seemed as in high scorn he held e'en hell. Between the sepulchres, to him my guide thrust me, with fearless hands and prompt. This warning added, see thy words be clear. He, soon as I there stood at the tomb's foot, eyed me a space. Then in disdainful mood, addressed me, say what ancestors were thine. I, willing to obey him, straight revealed the whole, nor kept back aught, whence he, his brow somewhat uplifting, cried, fiercely were they adverse to me, my party, and the blood from whence I sprang. Twice, therefore, I abroad scattered them. Though driven out, yet they each time from all parts, answered I, returned. An art which yours have shown, they are not skilled to learn. Then, peering forth from the unclosed jaw, rose from his side a shade, high as the chin, leaning, methought, upon its knees upraised. It looked around as eager to explore if there were other with me. But perceiving that fond imagination quenched with tears, thus spake, if thou through this blind prison goest, led by thy lofty genius and profound, where is my son? And wherefore not with thee? I straight replied, not of myself I come. By him who there expects and one, through this clillen coal, inducted, on one perchance Guido thy son had in Conte 111 PT. Already had his wards, and a node of punishment read me his now 111, whence I so fully unword. He at once exclalude, upstarting, ho, vi sets till 10 you, he hath no longer lives al one he, strikes not on his eye, tile blessed daylight. To hen of some delay I made, ere my reply, aware down fell supine, nor after forth appeared he in Tenry. Meanwhile the other, great of soul, near hon one I yet there stationed, changed not countenance stern, nor moved the neck, nor bell wand his ribbed side. And if, continually the first detilde course, they in this art, he cried, Slalal skill have shown, till one that doth torment Lu more e'en than this bed. But not yet 50 times Salal Birelu 111 at her aspect, who reigns, her tilde queen of this realm. Ere till 10 you shalt know the full weight of that art. So to the pleasant world mayst thou return, as thou shalt tell Lu why in all their laws, against my queen this people is so fell. The slaughter and great havoc, I replied, that colored Arbia's flood with crimson stain, to J these illupute, that in our hallowed dome such orisons ascend. Sighing he shew the head, then thus resumed, Intil one at a fray I stood not singly, nor without just cause assuredly should with the rest have stirred, but singly there I stood, when by consent of all, Florence had to the ground been razed, the one who openly forbade the deed. So may thy lineage find at last repose, I thus adjured him, as thou solve this knot, which now involves my inend. If right I hear, ye seem to view beforehand that which time leads with H-Chim of the R.L. as sent uninformed one to D. We view as one no hath an evil sig 11T, he answered. Plainly objects far re 1100 tenter, so Letuc of his large splendor yet imparts the on one-eyed ruler. But when they approach or actually exist, our intellect then wholly fails, nor of your human state, except what others bring this. No if we ogle 1T. Hence therefore mayst thou understand that all our knowledge in that instance will one all expire, when on futurity T11 ye portals close. Then conscious of my fault, and by reltios slonitin, I added till onus, now sell one ought thou say to him there fallen, that his offspring still is to the living joined, and bid him now, that if fro 111 answer silent, I abstained. 'Twas that any thought was occupied, intent upon that error, Vic 11 to 11, Elep hath solved. But know of my master some tending and one tilde back I heard, and of Ithwal Tenri eager haste besought the spirit to inform me, who with him partool his lot. He answer thus returned, more than 1,000 with me here are laid, within is Frederick, second of that name, and the Lord Cardinal. And of the rest, I spiel not. He this said from sight withdrew, but I my steps toward the ancient bard reverting, ruminated on the words, Betokene tilde gan one is such ill. Onward he moved, and thus in going questioned, whence the amaze that holds thy senses rapt. I satisfied the inquiry, and the sage enjoined me straight, let thy safe memory store what thou hast heard to thee importing harm, and note thou this, with his raised finger bidding in a take, heed, when thou shalt stand before her gracious beam, whose bright eye all surveys, she of thy life, the future tenor will to thee unfold. Forthwith he to the left hand turned his feet. We left the wall and towards the middle space, went by a path that to a valley strikes, which e'en thus high exhaled its noisome steam. From the profound abyss, behind the lid of a great monument, we stood retired. Canto the token, lines 6, 7, and there, at point of the disparted ridge, lay stretched the infamy of Crete, detested brood of the feigned heifer. Canto 13, lines 11, 14. Canto 20, argument. Dante arrives at the verge of a rocky precipice which encloses the seventh circle, where he sees the sepulchre of Anastasius the heretic, behind the lid of which, pausing a little, to make himself capable by degrees of enduring the fetid smell that steamed upward from this abyss, he is instructed by Virgil concerning the manner in which the 3 following circles are disposed, and what description of sinners is punished in each. He then inquires the reason why the carnal, the gluttonous, the avaricious and prodigal, the wrathful and gloomy, suffer not their punishments within the city of Dis. He next asks how the crime of usury is an offense against God. And at length the two poets go toward the place from whence a passage leads down to the seventh circle. Upon the utmost verge of a high bank, by craggy rocks environed round, we came where woes beneath, more cruel yet, were stowed. And here, to shun the horrible excess of fetid exhalation upward cast from the profound abyss, behind the lid of a great monument we stood retired, whereon this scroll I marked, I have in charge Pope Anastasius, whom Photinus drew from the right path. Ere our descent, behoves we make delay, that somewhat first the sense, to the dire breath accustomed afterward, regard it not. My master thus, to whom answering I spake, some compensation find, that the time passed not wholly lost. He then, lo, how my thoughts e'en to thy wishes tend. My son, within these rocks, he thus began, are three close circles in gradation placed, as these which now thou leavest. Each one is full of spirits accursed, but that the sight alone hereafter may suffice thee, listen how and for what cause endurance they abide. Of all malicious act abhorred in heaven, the end is injury, and all such end, either by force or fraud, works others woe. But fraud, because of man peculiar evil, to God is more displeasing. And beneath, the fraudulent are therefore doomed to endure severer pang. The violent occupy all the first circle, and because to force, three persons are obnoxious in 3 rounds, each within other separate, is it framed. To God, his neighbor, and himself by man force may be offered. To himself, I say, and his possessions, as thou soon shalt hear at full. Death, violent death, and painful wounds upon his neighbor he inflicts, and wastes by devastation, pillage, and the flames, his substance. Slayers, and each one that smites in malice, plunderers, and all robbers. Hence the torment undergo of the first round, in different herds. Man can do violence to himself and his own blessings, and for this he in the second round must aye deplore with unavailing penitence his crime. Whoe'er deprives himself of life and light, in reckless lavishment his talent wastes, and sorrows there where he should dwell in joy. To God may force be offered, in the heart denying and blaspheming his high power, and nature with her kindly law contemning. And thence the inmost round marks with its seal Sodom and Cahors, and all such as speak contemptuously of the Godhead in their hearts. Fraud, that in every conscience leaves a sting, may be by man employed on one, whose trust he wins, or on another who withholds strict confidence. Seems as the latter way broke but the bond of love which nature makes. Whence in the second circle have their nest dissimulation, witchcraft, flatteries, theft, falsehood, simony, all who seduce to lust, or set their honesty at pawn, with such vile scum as these. The other way forgets both nature's general love, and that which thereto added afterward gives birth to special faith. Whence in the lesser circle, point of the universe, dread seat of Dis, the traitor is eternally consumed. I thus, instructor, clearly thy discourse proceeds, distinguishing the hideous chasm and its inhabitants with skill exact. But tell me this, they of the dull, fat pool, whom the rain beats, or whom the tempest drives, or who with tongues so fierce conflicting meet, wherefore within the city fire illume, are not these punished, if God's wrath be on them? And if it be not, wherefore in such guise are they condemned? He answer thus returned, wherefore in dotage wanders thus thy mind, not so accustomed, or what other thoughts possess it? Dwell not in thy memory the words, wherein thy ethic page describes 3 dispositions averse to heaven's will: incontinence, malice, and mad brutishness, and how incontinence the least offends God, and least guilt incurs. If well thou note this judgment and remember who they are, without these walls to vain repentance doomed, thou shalt discern why they apart are placed from these fell spirits, and less wreakful pours justice divine on them its vengeance down. O Son, who healest all imperfect sight, thou so content'st me, when thou solvest my doubt, that ignorance not less than knowledge charms. Yet, somewhat turn thee back, I in these fords continued. For here toil setst, that usury offend tilde celestial goodness, and this not perplexed unravel. And he thus made reply, philosophy to an attentive ear clearly points out, not in one part alone, how imitative nature takes her course from the celestial mind and from its art, and where her laws the stagirite unfold. Not many leaves scanned o'er, observal one gewil one. All shall discover that your art on her obsequious follow evoes, as the learner treads in his instructor's step, so that your art deserves the nan one e of second in descent from God. These two, if thou recall to mind creation's holy book, from till one e beginning, were the right source of life and excellence to whole and end. But in another part, the usurer while one says, and nature in herself, and in her folk were thus he sets at naught, placing else iver one is hope. But follow now my steps on forward, jollily bent. For now the Pisces play with undulating glance. Along the horizon, and the wane lies all zero the northwest, and onward there, a space, is our steep passage down the rocky hightail. One cried from far, say, to what pain ye come condemned, who down this steep have journeyed. Canyo the Tetatine, lines 58, 59. We to those beasts that rapid strode along, drew near, Canto 20, lines 73, 74. Canto 22, argument. Descending by a very rugged way into the seventh circle where the violent are punished, Dante and his leader find it guarded by the Minotaur, whose fury being pacified by Virgil, they step downwards from crag to crag, till drawing near the bottom, they descry a river of blood, wherein are tormented such as have committed violence against their neighbor. At these, when they strive to emerge from the blood, a troop of centaurs running along the side of the river aim their arrows, and 3 of their band opposing our travelers at the foot of the steep. Virgil prevails so far that one consents to carry them both across the stream, and on their passage Dante is informed by him of the course of the river, and of those that are punished therein. The place where to descend the precipice we came was rough as Alp, and on its verge such object lay as every eye would shun, as is that ruin which Addis's stream. On this side Trento struck, shouldering the wave, or loosed by earthquake or for lack of prop. For from the mountain's summit, whence it moved to the low level, so the headlong rock is shivered, that some passage it might give to him who from above would pass. E'en such into the chasm was that descent. And there, at point of the disparted ridge, lay stretched the infamy of Crete, detested brood of the feigned heifer, and at sight of us it gnawed itself, as one with rage distract. To him my guide exclaimed, perchance thou deem'st the king of Athens here, who in the world above thy death contrived, monster of vaunt, like to a bull, that with impetuous spring darts, at the moment when the fatal blow hath struck him, but unable to proceed. He comes not tutored by thy sister's art, but to behold your torments is he come. Plunges on either side, so Savi plunged the Minotaur, whereat one his sage exclaimed, run to the Lalasage one, while he stole 11s. 'Tis well till one at thou descend. Thus down our road we tool through those dilapidated crags, that oft moved underneath 11 my feet, to wait lils theirs you will one you. I pondering then, I'll one do thus espouse. Perhaps thy thoughts are of this rollin steel, guarded underscore by the brute violence tilde, which I have vanquished now. Know then, that when I erst hither descended to the nether hell, this rockly was not yet fallen, but past doubt, if well I mar, underscore 110 long ere he arrived, who carried off from dis the mighty spoil of the high onest circle, then through all its bounds, such trembling seized the deal, concave and foul. I thought the universe was thrilled with little one love, whereby there are who deem the world hath one oft been into chaos turned. And in that point, here and elsewhere, that old rock toppled down, but fixed till one in eyes, beneath one. The river of blood approaches, in the which all those are steeped, who have by violence injured. O blind lust, O foolish rattle one eye, who so dost goad us on in the brief life, and ill the eternal, then thus miserably, 0 well 11 us, I beheld an ample tilde fosse that in a bow was bent, as circling all the plain, for so my guide had told. Between it and the rampart's base, on trail ran centaurs with keen arrows armed, as to the chase they on the art 11 were vont. At seeing us descend, they each one stood, and issuing from one the troop, 3 sped with bows, and an 1 Isile weapons chosen first, of whom one cried from far, Say, to what pain ye doth come condemned, who down this steep have journeyed, speak. Here the brute harpies make their nest. Canto 13, line 2. And straight the trunk exclaimed, Why pluck'st thou me? Canto the 13th, line 34. From whence you stand, or el tilde either bow I draw. To Vashlam my guide, our answer shall be made to Chiron there, when nearer him we come. 3 was thy mind, to 11 us ever quickle and rash. Then line he touched and spar, Nessus is this, who for the fair Deianira died, and wrought himself revenge for his own fate. He in the midst, that on his breast looks, lorn is the great Chiron who Achilles nursed, that other, Pholus, prone to wrath. Around the fosse these go by Tholsands, ailning shafts at whatsoever spirit dares enlarge from out the blood, more than his guilt allows. We to those beasts that rapid strode along drew near, when Chiron too ran arrow forth, and with a notch pussled back his shaggy beard, to the cheekbone, then his great mouth to view exposing. To his fellows thus exclaim, 1D. Are ye aware that he who call 1S behind moves what he touches? The feet of the dead are not so wont. My trusty glide, your 110 now stood near his breast, where the 2 natures join. Thus Lenaid reply, he is indeed alive, and solitary so must needs by Anwani be shown the gluanivi tildele, thereto induced by strict necessity, not by underscore delight. She left her joyful harpings in the sky, who this new office to illy care consigned. He is no robber, no dark spirit eye, but by that virtue which empowered daughters Tilde a step to tread so wild a path, grant us, I pray, one of thy band whom we may trust secure, who to the ford and one lead us, and convey across him mounted on his back, for he is not a spirit that in one I walk the air. Then on his right breast turning, Chiron thus to Nessus spake, return and be their guide. And if you chance to cross another troop, command the one and keep aloof. Onward we'll allow the faithful escort by our side, along the border of the crimson seething flood, whence from those steeped within, loud shrills arose. Some their isle 1 hour, does heal one as to their odel, row in one merced of fold a middle centaur thus. These are the souls of tyrants who were give 11 to blood and rapine. Here they wail aloud, therean one Ursulus for wrongs. Here Alexander dwells, and Dionysius fell, who many a year of woe wrote for fair Sicily, that brow whereon the hair so jetty clustering hangs, is Azzolino, that with 11 flaxen locals, Cubizo of Este, in the Vald destroyed by his foul stepson. To the bard revered I turn till round, and thus he spal, let in one be to thee now first leader, L11 but next to Hilu in rank. Then further on, a space the centaur passed near some, who at the throat were extant from the Val, and showing us a spirit by it Soltov, apart retired, exclalude, he in God's bosom smote the heart, which yet is honored unto 11 their banner of 10. A race I next espied, who will 1L till 1 head, and even all the bust above the stream. Midst these I many a face remembered well. Thus shallow the lore, and more the blood became, so that at last it but in one brewed the feet, and there our passage lay athwart the fosse. As ever on this side, the boiling wave till 10 you seest din one inishing, the Centaur said. So on the other be thou, well assured. It lower still and lower sinks its bed, till in that part it reuniting join, where 'tis the lot of tyranny to mourn. There heaven's stern justice lays chastising hand on Attila, who was the scourge of earth, on Sextus and on Pyrrhus, and extracts tears ever by the seething flood unlocked from the Ranieri. Of Corneto this, Pazzo the other named, who filled the ways with violence and war. This said, he turned, and quitting us, alone repassed the ford. Canto the 13th, Argument. Still in the 7th circle, Dante enters its 2nd compartment, which contains both those who have done violence on their own persons and those who have violently consumed their goods. The first changed into rough and knotted trees whereon the harpies build their nests, the latter chased and torn by black female mastiffs. Among the former, Piero delle Vigne is one, who tells him the cause of his having committed suicide, and moreover, in what manner the souls of the tapering, but with nares deformed and matted thick. Fruits there were none, but thorns instead with venom filled, less sharp than these, less intricate the breaks, wherein abide those animals that hate the cultured fields, betwixt Corneto and Cecina's stream. Here the brute harpies mouth woe. Broad are their pennons. Of the human form, their neck and countenance are lewd with talons, and shalt be till thou come upon the horical sand. Look therefore well around thee, and sulch things thou shalt behold, as would my speech discredit, on all sides. I heard sad plainings breathe, and none could see from whom they ill one-eyed have issued. In an one aze, fast bound I stood. He, as it seemed, believed that I had thought so many voices came from some amid those thickets close concealed, and thus his speech resumed. If thou lop off a single twig from one of those ill plants, the thought thou hast concealed will vanish quite. Thereat a little stretching forth my hand. From a great wire, I one G gathered I a branch, and straight the trunk exclaimed, Why pluckst thou me? Then as the dark blood trickled down its side, to 11 his words it had curled, Wherefore tear'st me thus? Is there no touch of mercy in thy breast? Men once were we, that now are rooted here. Thy hand might well have spared us, had we been the souls of serpents. As a brand yet green, that burning at one end, fro in the other, sends a groaning soonal, and hisses with the 11th wind that forces out its way. So burst at once, forth fro will the browl and splinter words and blood. I, letting fall the bough, remailed as one aside by terror, and the sage replied, If he, zero injured spirit, could have believed what he 11 hath seen, but in ill one I verse described, he never against thee. 11 had stretched his hand, oh, but I, because the ill one Gisler past belief, prompted him to T. 11 is deed. For which evil one now myself I rue, but tell Lion who thou wast. Rat, for this wrong to do thee some all nens, in the upper world, for thither to return is granted him. Till 11 I fame he may revive, till, quote Matilda, that pleasant word of thine. The Tron replied, I hath so inveigled me, that I from speech cannot refrain. Wherein if I indulge a little longer, into 11 is snare detained. Count it not grievous. I it was who held both keys to Frederick's heart, and turned the wards, opening and shutting, with a skill so sweet, that besides me into his inmost breast, scarce any other could admittance find. The faith I bore to my high charge was such, it cost me the life-blood that warmed my veins. The harlot, who ne'er turned her gloating eyes from Caesar's household, common vice and pest of courts, gainst me inflamed the minds of all. And to Augustus they so spread the flame, that my glad honors changed to bitter woes. My soul, disdainful and disgusted, sought refuge in death from scorn, and I became, just as I was, unjust towards myself. By the new roots which fix this stem, I swear, but never faith I broke to my liege lord, who merited such honor, and of you, if any to the world indeed return, clear he from wrong my memory, that lies yet prostrate under envy's cruel blow. First somewhat pausing, till the mournful words were ended, then to me the bard began, lose not the time, but speak, and of him ask, if more thou wish to learn. Whence I replied, question thou him again of whatsoever will, as thou thinkst, content me. For no power have I to ask, such pity is at my heart. He thus resumed, so may he do for thee freely what thou entreatest, as thou yet be pleased, imprisoned spirit, to declare how in these gnarled joints the soul is tied, and whether any ever from such frame be loosened, if thou canst, that also tell. Thereat the trunk breathed hard, and the wind soon changed into sounds articulate like these. Briefly ye shall be answered. When departs the fierce soul from the body, by itself thence torn asunder, to the seventh gulf by Minos doomed, into the wood it falls, no place assigned, but wheresoever chance hurls it. There sprouting as a grain of spelt, it rises to a sapling, growing thence a savage plant, the harpies on its leaves. Then feeding, cause both pain, and for the pain, a vent to grief. We as the rest shall come for our own spoils, yet not so that with them we may again be clad. For what a man takes from himself, it is not just he hath. Here we perforce shall drag them, and throughout the dismal glade our bodies shall be hung, each on the wild thorn of his wretched shade. Attentive yet to listen to the trunk we stood, expecting further speech, when us a noise surprised, as when a man perceives the wild boar and the hunt approach his place of stationed watch, who of the beasts and boughs loud rustling round him hears. And lo, there came two naked, torn with briars in headlong flight, that they before them broke each fan of the wood. Haste now, the foremost cried, now haste thee, death. The other, as seemed impatient of delay, exclaiming, Lano, not so bent for speed thy sinews, in the lists of Topos field. And then, for that perchance no longer breath sufficed him of himself and of a bush, one group he made. Behind him was the wood, full of black female mastiffs, gaunt and fleet, as greyhounds that have newly slipped the leash. On him who squatted down, they stuck their fangs, and having rent him piecemeal, bore away the tortured limbs. My guide then seized my hand, and led in one A to the Taiwan Ickle et. Which in vain mourned through its bleeding wounds. 0 Giac 0 Tio of Saint Andre, I what avails it thee, it cried, that of N1E thou 11 asked nad, to 11 ye screen 1, for thy ill life, what la 111E on ein recoils. Where Jalil o'er it he had paused, my master spake, say, Ivo was thou, that at so many points breathest out with blood thy lamentable speech. He answered, O ye spirits one arrived in time to spy the shy 11-full havoc that from me my leaves have severed thus. Gather them up, and at the foot of their sad parent tree carefully lay, then one. In that city I dwelt, who for the Baptist her first patron changed, whence he for this S11 all cease 110 teached with his art to war, I her woe. And if there still ren one entered not on Arno's passage some faint glimpse of him, those citizens who reared once more her walls, upon the ashes left by Attila, had labored without profit of their toil. I slung the fatal noose, Rolu one yon roof. Haste now, the foremost cried. Now haste thee, death, canto the 30, line 120. Unceasing was the play of wretched hands. Now this, now that way glancing, to shake off the heat, still falling fresh. Canto the 14. Argument. They arrive at the beginning of the third of those compartments into which this seventh circle is divided. It is a plain of dry and hot sand, where three kinds of violence are punished, namely against God, against nature, and against art. and those who have thus sinned are tormented by flakes of fire which are eternally showering down Yuke on them. Among the violent against God is found Capaneus, whose blasphemies they hear. Next, turning to the left along the forest of self-slayers, and having journeyed a little onwards, they meet with a streamlet of blood that issues from the forest and traverses the sandy plain. Here, Virgil speaks to our poet of a huge ancient statue that stands within 1/1 Aunt Ida in Crete. Froil a fissure in which statue there is a dripping of tears, from which the said Strian one let, together with the 3 other infernal rivers, are fawn woned. Soon as the Claul one arity of native land, Rolotil 111 Boson one, I the scattered leaves collected, and to him restored, of 110, no vow was hoarse with utterance. To the Lilnit the 1 we call 1 vil 1 nich from the third, the 1 his second round divides. And vis there of Julstis is displayed contrivance horrible. Things then first seen clearlier to an one manifest. I tell 110 vow next, a plain we reached, that from its sterile bed, each plant repelled. The mournful wood waves round its garland on all sides, as round Tilda he wood spreads the sad fosse. There, on the very edge, our steps we stayed. It was an area wide of arid sand and thick, resembling most the soil that erst by Cato's foot thus trod. Vengeance of heaven, lol, how shouldst thou be feared by all who read what here mine eyes beheld? Of naked spirits 11. Any a flock I saw, all weep I till go piteously to different laws subjected. For on the earth some lay supine, some crouching close and bare seated, others paced incessantly round. The latter tribe, more numerous, those fewer who beneath the torment lay, but louder in their grief. Over all the sand fell slowly wafting down dilated flakes of fire, as flakes of snow on alpine summit, when the wind is hushed. As in the torrid Indian clime, the son of Ammon saw upon his warrior band descending solid flames, that to the ground come down, whence he bethought him with his troop to trample on the soil. For easier thus the vapor was extinguished, while alone. So fell the eternal fiery flood, wherewith the marl glowed underneath, as under stove the viands, doubly to augment the pain. Unceasing was the play of wretched hands, now this, now that way glancing, to shake off the heat. Still falling fresh, I thus began, Instructor, thou who all things overcomest, except the hardy demons that rushed forth to stop our entrance. Say, who is your huge spirit that, as seems, heeds not the burning, but lies writhen in proud scorn, as by the sultry tempest immatured? Straight he himself, who was aware I asked my guide of him, exclaimed, such as I was when living, dead such now I am. If Jove weary his workmen out, from whom in ire he snatched the lightnings, that at my last day transfixed me. If the rest he weary out, at their black smithy laboring by turns, in Mongibello, while he cries aloud, help, help, good Mulciber, as erst he cried in the Phlegrian warfare, and the bolts launch he, full aimed at me, with all his might. He never should enjoy a sweet revenge. Then thus my guide, in accent higher raised, the one I before had heard him, Capanels, thou art Leore punished, in that this thy pride lives not unquenched. No torment, save thy rage, were to thy fury proportioned full. Next turning round to me, with an Lilda lip he spake. This of the 7 kings was one, who girt the Theban walls with siege, and held, as still he seems to hold, God in disdain, and sets one is high on one nipotence at Noligal 1T. But, as I told Hilly, his despiteful mood is ornament, well suits the breast that wears it. Follow me now, and lol, tell 10, you set not yet thy foot in the hot sand, but to the Vavood keep ever close. Silently on Varve passes to where their gulches from the forests bound, a little brule, whose crimsoned wave yet lifts my hair with horror, as the rill that relils from Bulicam, to be portioned out on zero and the sinful Von One. So ran Tillis down through the sand, its bottom and each bank stone-built, and either margin at its side, whereon I straight perceived our passage lay. Of all that I have shown thee, since that gate we entered first, whose threshold is to none denied, naught else so worthy of regard, as is this river has thine eye discerned, o'er which the flaming volley all is crinkled. So spoil the glide, and I hill one thence besought, that having given me appetite to Lamanov, the food he too would give, that hunger crave. In micklest of ocean, forthwith LLE began, a desolate country lies, which Crete is nallid, under whose 1,110 nar can old till one last, the world live pure uncle chaste. A mountain one rises there, called Ida, joyous once with leaves and streams, deserted nor blil a forbidden thing. It was the spot which Rhea, Saturn's spouse, chose for the secret cradle of her son, and better to conceal, he 111, Dr. V 11, D in shouts his infant cries, within tile L10, upright an ancient fall 11 there stands, and huge that turns his shoulders towards Damiata, and at Rom Tilda as in his mirror looks. Of finest gold his head is slaped, pure silver at the breast, and arms thence to the middle is of brass, and downward all beneath will tempered steel, save the right foot of potter's clay, on Wickle one. Then on the Ot 11 ere the lore, erect all one stands. Each part, except the gold, is sent throughout, and from the one a fissure to Tilda ras still, which joined penetrate to that cave. They in their course thus far precipitatical down tile rocal, pawn one Acheron and Styx and Phlegethon. Then by this straitened cloud one annal passing hence beneath, e'en to the lowest depth of all. For 111 there Cocytus, of whose law thyself shalt see it, I here give thee no a column. Then I to hin one, if from all a world this sluice be thus derived, will one error for to us but now appears it at this age? Straight replied, to 11 a place, taller, knowest is round, and though great part thou have already passed, still to the left, descending to, the nether tenset, 110, yet hast thou the circuit made of the one a vol orb. Wherefore, if Orchid of Neviv to lies appear, it needs not bring up wonder in thy 1001 S. Then I again inquired, where flavi the stream 1S of Phlegethcon and Lethe, for of 011E thou tellst not, and the other of that shower thou sayest, is fall 11 D. Ian Siver thus returned, doubtless. Thy questions all aldits, least I hear, yet the red seething Vivave night have resolved. One thou proposest, Lethe thou shalt see, but not within this hollow, far in the place, whether to lave they'll to selves the spirits go, whose blame hath been by penitence removed. He added, time is now we quit the wood. Look thou my steps pursue, the margins give safe passage, unin one peeded by the flames, for over them all vapor is extinct. Canto the argument, taking their way upon one of the tyons by which the streamlet, spoken of in the last canto, was embanked, and having gone so far as they could no longer have discerned the forest if they had turned round to look for it, they meet a troop of spirits that come along the sand by the side of the pier. These are they who have done violence to nature, and amongst them Dante distinguishes Brunetto Latini, who had been formerly his master, with whom, turning a little backward, he holds a discourse which occupies the remainder of this canto. One of the solid margins bears us now enveloped in the Lewist, that from the stream arising hovers zero and saves Oroayu fire both piers and water. As the Flemings rear their mound, te Vix Ghent and Bruges, to chase back the ocean, fearing his Tuit one ultuous tide, that drives to orcle them, or the Paduans theirs along the Brenta, to defend their towns and castles, ere the genial warmth befelt on Carentana's top. Such were the mounds, so Frolned Dutentilde Ganotinal one egel one tea or bull to these made equal by the master whosoe'er he was that raised 11 here. We from the wood were now so far removed, that turning round I might not have discerned it, when we at one at a troop quick of spirits who came beside the pier. They each one eyed lies, as at eventide one eyes another under a new moon, and Torvald lists sharpened their sight, as keen as an old tailor at his needle's eye. I, thus narrowly explored by all the tribe, I was agnized of one, who by the caught me and cried, "What wonder have we here?" Underscore and I, when he to lull outstretched his arlew. Intently fixed my ken on his parched look, Tilda says, that although smirched with fire, they hindered not. But I remembered him, and towards his face, my head inclining, unsevered, "Ser Brunetto, and are ye here? Heetle one us to ein. My son, oh, let it not displease thee, if Brunetto Latini but a little space with thee turn buckle, and leave his fellows to proceed." I thus to him one replied, "Much as I can, I thereto pray thee, and if thou be willing, that I here seat and one up with thee, I consent. His leave, with for my Jolony, first obtain." "O son," said he, "whoever of Tullus' throng one instant stops, lies then 100 years. No fan to ventilate him, fen the fire smites sorest. Pass thou therefore on. I close will at thy gar, Lelseval, and then rejoin my troop, who go moderning their endless doom. I dared not from the path descend to tread on equal ground within one, but held my head bent down, as one who evokes in reverent guise. What chance or destiny, thus he begging, ere the last day conducts thee here below? And who is this that shows to thee the way? "Rare up aloft," I answered, "ill the life serene. I wandered in a valley lost, before on one in age had to its fullness reached, but yestermorn I left it. Then once more, into that vale returning, him I met, and by this path on one eward he leads me back. If thou," he answered, "follow but thy star, thou canst not miss at last Gol 9 Riasel 1 Avon, unless in fairer days my judgment erred. And if my fate so early had not chanced, seeing the heavens thus bounteous to thee, I had gladly given thee coalfoot intilly work. For that ungrateful and malignant race, who in old times came down from Thessaly, aye, and still smack of their rough mountain flint, will for their good deeds show thee enmity, nor wonder, for amongst ill-savoured crabs, it suits not the sweet fig tree lay her fruit. Old fame reports them in the world for blind, covetous, envious, proud. Look to it well. Take heed thou cleanse thee of their ways. For thee, thy fortune hath such honour in reserve, that thou by either party shalt be craved with hunger keen. But be the fresh herd far from the goat's tooth. The herd of Fesole may of themselves make litter, not touch the plant. If any such yet spring on their rank bed, in which the holy seed revives, transmitted from those true Romans, who still there remained, when it was made the nest of so much ill. Were all my wish fulfilled, I straight replied, though from the confines of man's nature yet hadst not been driven forth, for in my mind is fixed and now strikes full upon my heart the dear, benign, paternal image, such as thine was, when so lately thou didst teach me the way for man to win eternity, and how I prize the lesson it beholds, that long as life endures, my tongue should speak. What of my fate thou tellest, that write I down, and with another text to comment on, for her I keep it, the celestial dame, who will know all, if I to her arrive. This only would I have thee clearly note, that so my conscience have no plea against me, do fortune as she list, I stand prepared. Not new or strange such earnest to mine ear. Speed fortune then her wheel as likes her best. The clown his mattock, all things have their course. Whereat my sapient guide upon his right turned himself back, then looked at me, and spake. He listens to good purpose, who takes note. 75. I not the less still on my way proceed, discoursing with Brunetto, and inquire who are most known and chief among his tribe. To know of some is well. He thus replied, but of the rest may best beseem. Time would not serve us for report so long. In brief, I tell thee that all these were clerks, men of great learning, and no less renown. By one same sin polluted in the world. With them is Priscian, and Accorso's son, Francesco, herds among that wretched throng. And if the wish of so impure a blotch possessed thee, him thou also mightst have seen. Why, by the servant's servant, was transferred from Arno's seat to Bacchiglione, where his ill-strained nerves he left. I more would add, but must from further speech and onward way alike desist. For yonder I behold a mist new risen on the sandy plain. A company with whom I may not sort approaches. I commend my treasure to thee, wherein I yet survive. My sole request. This said, he turned, and seemed as one of those who o'er Verona's champaign try their speed for the green mantle. And of them he seemed not he who loses, but who gains the prize. Canto the 16th. Argument. Journeying along the pier which crosses the sand, they are now so near the end of it as to hear the noise of the stream falling into the 8th circle, and they meet the spirits of 3 military men, who, judging Dante from his dress to be a countryman of theirs, entreat him to stop. He complies, and speaks with them. The 2 poets then reach the place where the water descends, being the termination of this 3rd compartment in the 7th circle. And here, Virgil, having thrown down into the hollow a cord wherewith Dante was girt, they behold at that signal a monstrous and horrible figure come swimming up to them. Now came I will one ere. 11 Varta's din was heard, as down it fell into the other round, Restilda unding like the hum of swarming bees. When fortal together issued Furcaeum a troop, that passed beneath one the fierce torn, one wanting stall one. 3 spirits running swift, they towards us came, and each one cried, Aludate comma, 0111 do thou stay, whom by the fashion of thy garb we deem to be S0111 a initiate of our evil land. Anen 1E1, what wounds I marked upon their limbs, recent, old, inflicted by the flower Elevenis. E'en the Relnon Vrance of Turlillan grieves in yet. Attentive to their cry, my teacher paused, and turned to ein his visage, and till one in sperku, wait 110 by AT, ola courtesy total one is I 11 ere it well. And were it not for the nature of the place, whence glide the fiery darts, I should have said, that haste had better lighted thee than at all one kilty eye. They, then we stopped, resound to one air ancient wail. And soon as they had reached us, all to one eternal one revolved round together in 011 a restless favelier. As now et Charles Wampion smeared will one slippery oil our verbant intent to evach till to that place of hold. Ser Brunetto, and are ye here? Canto the 13, lines 28, 29. Forthwith that image vile of fraud appeared. Canto the 16, line 7. And vantage, ere in closer strife they meet. Thus each one, as he wheeled, his countenance at me directed, so that opposite, the neck moved ever to the twinkling feet. If woe of this unsound and dreary waste, thus one began, added to our sad cheer, thus pealed with flame, do call forth scorn on us and our entreaties. Let our great renown incline thee to inform us who thou art, that dost imprint, with living feet unharmed, the soil of hell, he in whose track thou seest, my steps pursuing, naked though he be and reft of all, was of more high estate than thou believest, grandchild of the chaste Gualdrada, him they Guido Guerra called, who in his lifetime many a noble act achieved, both by his wisdom and his sword. The other, next to me that beats the sand, is Aldobrandi, name deserving well in the upper world of honor, and myself, who in this torment do partake with them, am Rusticucci, whom past doubt my wife, of savage temper more than aught beside, hath to this evil brought. If from the fire I had been sheltered, down amidst them straight I then had cast me, nor my guide, I deem, would have restrained my going. But that fear of the dire burning vanquished the desire, which made me eager of their wished embrace. I then began, not scorn, but grief much more, such as long time alone can cure, your doom fixed deep within me. Soon as this my lord spake words, whose tenor taught me to expect that such a race as ye are was at hand. I am a countryman of yours, who still affectionate have uttered, and have heard your deeds and names renowned. Leaving the gall, for the sweet fruit I go, that a sure guide hath promised to me. But behoves that far as to the centre first I dow but 10. So may long space till one his spirit guide thy limb, Tilda, he answer straight Retland. And so thy fame shine bright and at Loo art gone, as thou shalt tell, if courtesy a tilded valour, as they font, dwell in our city or have vanished clean. For one amidst us late conned in 111 D to Vale Bossier, yonder Vivarling Vithel one his peers, grieves us no little by tile news he brings. An upstart multitude and sudden gains, pride and excess, zero Florence, have Italy engendered. So till at now ill won tears thou mourn'st. Thus cried I with my face upraised, and they all three, though foreigners, I but two, my words, looked at each other, as men 109, K will one and truth comes to tell our ear. If at so little cost, they all adults rejoined, thou satisfy others who question thee, O happy thou, gifted vivid words, so apt to speak tilde thy title zero at. Wherefore, if till Loo escape this dark tilde some climb, returning to behold the radiant stars, when thou with pleasure shalt out retrace the past, see that of us thou spiel among an one annals in. This said, clay brolse the circle, a 11D so swift fled, that as pinions seniled turl their nimble feet. Not ill, so 5,110 are at a time, miggled one have said, Amen. As they 11 advanced, straight Illigide pursued his trackles. I follow, Ived and Sin, one all space had Vev pass. On Vard, Willen, the water's sound, was now so near at hand, that we had scarce heard one another's speech for the loud din. E'en as the river that first holds its course, on one ingled Froin tile, Mount of Vesulo, on tile left side of Apennine, toward the east, U11, ere Aquachetta higher up. They call, ere it descend into the vale, at Forlì, by that Niall no longer, Cairn of 10, rebellows o'er St. Benedict, rolled on from the Alpine summit, doven a precipice, where space enough to lodge 1,000 spreads. Thus downward Froila craggy steep we funsel, that this Dal wave resounded, roaring loud, so that the ear its clamour soon had stunned. I had a cord that braced Ephi to girdle round, wherewith I erst had thought fast bound to tail the painted leopard. This when I had all unloosened from me, so my all one Astabard, I gathered up and stretched it forth to him. Then to the right he turned, and from the brink, standing few paces distant, cast it doven into the deep abyss. And saw you what strange? Thus to myself I spake, signal so strange, betolens, which my guide with earnest eye thus follows. I what caution must men use with those who look not at the deed alone, but spy into tile till zero, acts whittle subtle slay ill. Quickly shall come, he said, what I expect. Thine eye discover quickly that, whereof thy thought is dreaming, ever to that truth which but the semblance of a falsehood wears. A man, if possible, should bar his lip. Sills also blameless, he incurs reproach, but silence here were vain. And by these notes, for which now I sing, reader, I swear to the one so may they favour find to latest Tilna's eye, that around the gross and merly air I spied a shape coals when wandling up, till the hat might have quelled the stoutest heiflet with wonder. In such guise as one returns, Walloal one atel bendu and Toulouse, all anchor grappled fast against some rock $1, or to aught else that in the salt wave lies, who upward springing close dravies in his feet. Canto the 16. Argument. The monster Geryon is described, to whom, while Virgil is speaking, in order that he may carry them both down to the next circle, Dante, by permission, goes a little further along the edge of the void to descry the third species of sinners contained in this compartment, namely those who have done violence to art. And then returning to his master, they both descend, seated on the back of Geryon. Lo, the fell monster with the deadly sting who passes mountains, breaks through fenced walls and firm embattled spears, and with his filth taints all the world. Thus me my guide addressed, and beckoned him that he should come to shore, near to the stony causeway's utmost edge. Forthwith that image vile of fraud appeared, his head and upper part exposed on land, but laid not on the shore his bestial train, his face the semblance of a just man's war. So kind and gracious was its outward cheer. The rest was serpent all. 2 shaggy claws reached to the armpits, and the back and breast, and either side were painted o'er with nodes and orbits. Colors variegated more, nor Turks nor Tartars err on cloth of state with interchangeable embroidery wove, nor spread Arachne o'er her curious loom. As oft times a light skiff moored to the shore stands part in water, part upon the land, or as where dwells the greedy German boor, the beaver settles watching for his prey, so on the rim that fenced the sand with rock sat perched the fiend of evil. In the void, glancing, his tail upturned its venomous fork. New terror I conceived at the steep plunge. Canto the 16th, Lin 67. Ah, how they made them bound at the first stripe. Canto the 16th, line 38. With sting lily scorpions armed, rendacily guide. No, I need Ulf Fay must turn few steps apart, far as to that ill beast who couches there. Thereat, toward the right, our downward course we shape, and better to escape the flame and burl wanning Lalale. 10 paces on the verge. Proceeded? Soon as we to Hiln arrive, a little fertler on and one in eye beholds a tribe of spirits seated on the sand near to the void. Forthwith my master Spakar, tilde tie 11 at to the full, thy nov ledge 111 extend, of all this round contains, go nov and lanau. The mean till one is where, but hold not long discourse, till 0 you returnest. I with him meantinle will parley, that to us Elwani and one I vouchsafe the aid of his ex tilde wrongs 110 olders, thus alone. Yet forward on the extraluity I paced of that 7th circle where the mournful tribe was seated. At the eyes forth gushed their pangs. Against the vapors and the torrid soil, alternately their shifting hands they plied. Thus lies the dogs in summer still to ply their jar IVS until defeat by titlerns, when bitten sore by gnats or flies, or gadflies swarming round. Noting the visages of Sonley, who lour beneath the pelting of that dolorous fire, one of them all eyed, never not, but perceived, that pendalt for you his neckle, each bore a pouch with colors, and ivith emblems vari as mild, on which it seemed as if to lair I did feed. And when I longst to len, looking round I came, a yellow purse, saw with azure rocket, that wore a lion's countenance and port. Then still in his sight, pursuing its career, another I beheld, Thal blood 1110 reread, a goose display of whiter of wing than curd, and one who bore a fat and azure swine pictured on his W11 itis script, addressed lo 11 is 11 US. What cloth thol in this deep? Go now and know, since yet thou live, est that my neighbor here, Vitaliano, on an one Y left shall sit. A Paduan with these Florentil, one is am I, often one is T, 11 I thunder. I 11, L1 in ears, exclaiming, oh, I haste that noble knight. L1 vivo the pouch befirst lift to 11 a 3 goats will bring. This said, he vivrith the entenu. I'll wander let the tongue out like an ox that licked till his nostrils. I, lest longer stay, heal or one-eyed brook, vivio. Bad and one is stay not long. Back buzzard my steps from those sad spirits turn. My guide air, it is seated on the haunch of the fierce Anil 11 all I found. And thus he null encouraged. Be thou stout, be bold. Due to stitch a steep flight must we now descend Mount Thol hell before. For that no power the tale may have to harm thee, I will be ever in it. As one, Tycho hath an ague fits so near, his nails already are turned blue, and he quivers all o'er, if he but eye the shade. Sukel one, thus might cheer at hearing of one eye's reward. But Charney soon interposed her threat, who makes the servant bold in presence of his lord. I settled in, upon those shoulders huge, and would have said, but that the words to aid, my purpose came not. Look, thou clasp me firm. But he whose succor then not first I proved, soon as I mounted in his altis aloft, embracing held me up, and thus he spore, Geryon, now intend for thee, be thy wheeling gyres of ample circuit, easy thy descent. Think on the unusual burden thou sustainst. As a small vessel, beckoning out from land, her station quits, so thence the monster loosed. Why greedily thus bendest more on me, than on these other filtered ones to thy ken? Thus is this, the harlot, whose false lip answered her doting paramour that asked. Thankest me much. Canto the 16th, lines 1, 0, 132. And when he felt Hiluself at large, turned round, there where the breast has been, his forward tail, thus like an eel, outstretched at length he steered, gathering the air of Jubith retractile claws. Not greater was the dread when Fadot Itten the reins let drop at random one, Botilda ens heil one even, whereof signs yet appear, was wrapped in flal 11 nor Vivenil fated Icarus I just saved by liquefaction of the scalded wax. The trusted pennons loosened from his loins. His sire exclaiming loud, ill way thou leapst, and vevest my dread. Heaven Roland 111 on equal one part the air I vibaved, and other object none save the fell beast. He, slowly sailing, wheels his Dublin Vardew ocean, unobserved of me, but that the evind arising to my face breathes on one U from below Var, N-O-S-T on all right. I heard the cataract beneath us leap with Idius Cruzzle one, whence bending down to explore. New terror I conceived at the steep plunge, for flames I salve and wailing smote will one in ear. So that, all tren one bling, close I crowkle one my lullabs. Anna, then distinguished, unperceived before, by the dread tolerance that 011 every side, drew nearer, how our dark what course we wound. As falcon, that hath long been on the wing, but lure nor bird hath seen, while in despair the falconer cries, and one eye thou stoops to earth, wearied descends, whence nillably he arose, in many tilde an airy wheel, and lighting sits at distance from his lord in angry mood. So Gerio, lighting places us on foot, low down at base of the deep furrowed rock, and of his burden there, discharged, forthwith sprang forward, lil-e an arrow flew the string. Canto the 16th, argument. The poet describes the situation and form of the 8th circle, divided into 10 gulfs, which contain as many different descriptions of fraudulent sinners. But in the present canto, he treats only of 2 sorts. The first is of those who, either for their own pleasure, or for that of another, have seduced any woman from her duty. And these are scourged of demons in the first gulf. The other sort is of flatterers, who in the second gulf are condemned to remain immersed in filth. There is a place within tile depths of hell called Malabolge, all of rock tilde dar stained with hue ferruginose, e'en as the steep that round it circled winds, right in the midst of that abominable region Yarans, a spacious gulf profound, whereof the frame due till 11 he shall tell, the circle that rillans, throughout its round, between the gulf and base of the high craggy banks, successive forms 10 bastion, in its hollow bottomel raised. As where to guard the walls, full many a fosse begirt sole and stately castle, sure defence affording to the space within. So here were all tendil at these, and as little fortresses, e'en from their threshold to the brinnel without are flannelled with bridges, from the rock's low base, thus flinty paths advanced, that cross the moles and dillers struck onward far as to the gulf, that in one bound collected cuts they'll one off. Such was the place, wherein we found ourselves from one Gerion's backle dislodged, the bard to left held on his way, and I behind Hinel Nal Zerobit. On our right hand, new misery, I Sistilda W, new pains, new executioners of Vivrath, that swarming peopled the first chasm. Below were naked sinners. Hitherward they came, meeting our faces from the middle point, with us beyond, but with a larger stride. E'en thus the Romans, when the year returns of Jubilee, with better speed to rid the thronging multitudes, their means devise for such as pass the bridge, that on one side, all front toward the castle, and approach St. Peter's fane, on the other towards the mount. Each diverse way, along the grisly rock, horned demons I beheld, with lashes huge, that on their back unmercifully smote. Ah, how they made them bound at the first stripe. None for the second waited, nor the third. Meantime, as on I passed, one met my sight, whom soon as viewed, of him, cried I, not yet mine eye hath had his fill. I therefore stayed my feet to scan him, and the teacher kind paused with me, and consented I should walk backward a space. And the tormented spirit who thought to hide him bent his visage down. But it availed him naught, for I exclaimed, Thou who doth cast thine eye upon the ground, unless thy features do belie thee much, Benedico art thou, but what brings thee into this bitter seasoning? He replied, Unwillingly I answer to thy words, but thy clear speech that to my mind recalls the world I once inhabited, constrains me. Know then 'twas I who led fair Gisola to do the Marquis' will, however fame the shameful tale have bruited. Nor alone Bologna hither sendeth me to mourn. Rather with us the place is so o'erthronged, that not so many tongues this day are taught. Betwixt the Reno and Savannah's stream, to answer Sipa in their columtrary's phrase, and if of that securer proof thou need, remember but our craving thirst for gold. Him speak gentle Wanus, a demon with his thongs, struckle, and exclaim one D, away, corrupter, here women are none for sale. Forthwith I joined my escort, and few paces thence we Catilda to where a rock fortal issued froin the bank Tilda. At easily Askel wondered, to the rig 11 upon its splinter turning Tilda, we depart from those eternal barriers. When arrived, where underneath Tilda, the gaping arch lets pass the scourged souls. Pause here, the teacher said, and let those others miserable now strille on thy low end. Faces not yet beheld, for that to get dot her they with us have walled. From the old bridge, feet Tilda eyed Lwane Packle, who came from the other side towards us, Lil, et Lwane rest, excoriate from the Lazal one, my gentle guide, by me, unquestioned. Thus his speech resued 111. Behold that lofty shade who this fate tends, and seems too woebegone to drop a tear. How yet the regal aspect he retains. Jason is he whose swell ill and prowess from the ram from Colchos. To the Lemnian isle his passage thither led him, when those bold and pitiless wall won and had slain all their males. There he with Tolans and fair witching words H. Ipsipile beguiled, a virgin young who first had all the rest herself beguiled. Impregnated he left her there forlorn. Such is the guilt condemns him to this pain. Here too Medea's injuries are avenged. All bear him company, who Lil a deceit to his have practiced, and thus much to know. Of the first veil suffice thee, and of those whom its keen torments urge. Now had we come, where crossing the next pier, the straightened path bestrides its shoulders to another arch. Hence, in the second chasm we heard the ghosts, who gibbered in low melancholy sounds, with wide-stretched nostrils snort, and on themselves smite with their palms. Upon the banks a scurf from the foul steam condensed, encrusting hung, that held sharp combat with the sight and smell. So hollow is the depth that from no part, save on the summit of the rocky span, could I distinguish aught. Thus far we came, and thence I saw within the fosse below a crowd immersed in ordure that appeared draught of the human body. There beneath, searching with eye inquisitive, I marked one with his head so grimed, 'twere hard to deem if he were clerk or layman. Loud he cried, "Why greedily thus bendest more on me than on these other filthy ones thy ken?" "Because, if true my memory," I replied, "I heretofore have seen thee with dry locks, and thou Alessio art of Luca sprung. Therefore, than all the rest, I scan thee more." Then beating on his brain, these words he spake, me thus low down: "My flatteries have sunk, wherewith I ne'er enough could glut my tongue. My leader, thus, a little further stretch thy face, that thou the visage well mayst note of that besotted, sluttish courtesan, who there doth rend her with defiled nails, now crouching down, now risen on her feet. Thais is this, the harlot, whose false lip answered her doting paramour, that ask'st, 'Thankest me much, say rather wondrously,' and seeing this, here satiate be our view." Canto the 13. Argument. They come to the third gulf, wherein are punished those who have been guilty of sinlony. These are fixed with the head downwards in certain apertures, so that no more of theno than the legs appears without. And on the sails of their feet are seen burning flames. Dante is taken down by his guide into the bottom of the gulf, and there finds Pope Nicholas V, whose evil deeds, together with those of other pontiffs, are bitterly reprehended. Virgil then carries him up again to the arch, which affords them a passage over the following gulf. Woe to thee, Samon Magus! Woe to you, his wretched followers! Who the things of God, which should be wedded unto goodness, then one rapacios as ye are, do prostitute for gold and silver in a clotere? Now must the trumpet sound for you, since yours is the third chasm. Upon the following vault we now had mounted, where the art to clock impends directly o'er the center of Tiel Wanifus. Wisdom Silpretna, how wonderful the art, which thou dost manifest in heaven, in earth, and in the evil world, how just a meed allotting by thy virtually unto all. I saw the livid stone throughout the sides, and in its bottom full of apertures, all equal in their width and circular each. Nor ample less nor larger they appeared than in St. John's fair dome of Anwani beloved, those framed to hold the pillar baptism one all streams, one of the which I break is some few years past, to save a whelming infant, and be this a seal to undeceive 110 everdolbits to the motive of my deed, froin out the mouth of every one elurged to sinner's feet, and of the legs high upward as the calf. The rest beneath was hid. On Itala foot the soles were burning, whence the flexile joints glanced with such violent 1,110 one, as had snapped asunder cords or twisted tithes. As flame, feeding on linctuous matter, glides along the surface, scarcely touching, /tilde here it underscore move. So here, from heel to point, glided tile Flanwanes. Master T say, who is he? Then all the rest, glancing in fiercer aggle, one by, on if home. A ruddier flalu doth pray, I thus inquire. If thou be viviling, he replied, till why not I carry thee due span, where least tile slope balk falls. He of himself shall tell thee, I wond his wrongs. I then, as pleases thee, to me is best, thou art my lord, and know'st that ne'er I quit thy will, what silence hides that knowest thou. Thereat, on the fourth pier, Becaine we turned, and on our left, Destilde ended to the depth, a narrow V straight, and perforated close. Nor from his side Uile set me down, till to his orifice he brolg 11T, whose limb quivering expressed his pang, who ere till 10 woo art, sad spirit, thus reversed, and as a stall driven in the soil, I in these words began, if thou be able, utter forth thy voice. There stood I, Lille the friar, that doth shrive, a wretch fought ineder doomed, who e'en when fixed calleth him back, whence death all I'll delays. He shouted, Ha! I already standest there? Already standest there, -0 Bonifast, by in any a year, the writing played me false. So early dost thou surfeit with the wealth, for which thou fearedst not in guile to take the lovely lady, and then mangle her. I felt as those wolves 0, piercing not the drift of answer made thee in, stand as if exposed. In mockery, nor knowing what to reply. When Virgil thus admonished, "Tell him quick, I am not he of whom thou believest." And I, as was enjoined me, Stregle one te replied. That heard, the spirit all did wrench his feet, and sig-elevening, next in woeful accent spake, "What then of me requilt dottest question mark, if to know so much imports till at 11 who I ulti, that thou hast therefore down the bank desser-wondered, learn that in the Lutig 11-time mantle I was robed, and of a she-bear was indeed the son, so eager to advance all one will one else, that there my having in a lonely purse a bolty I stowed, and here myself, under my head are dragged the rest, browny predecessors in the guilt of simony. Stretched at their length, they lie along an opening in the rock wall. Midst tea, 11 am I also low shall fall soon as he comes, for my tea 901, thee will one in so hastily I question. But already longer Tillum hath passed, since all one is soul's lindel, and I thus upturned have stood, than is his doom to stand planted with fiery feet. For after him one yet of deeds more ugly shall arrive. Run one forth the west, a shepherd without law, fated to cover both his form and all one in. He a new Jason shall be called, of Vivium in Maccabees we read, and favor such as to that priest his king indulgence showed, shall be of France's monarchs Sultanman to hin one. I know not if I hear too far, presuan dot to come bolt until one is strain, I answered. Tell line now what treasures from St. Peter at the first our Lord demanded, when he put the keys into his charge. Surely he asked no more, but follow me 1 inch, nor Peter nor the rest, or gold or silver from Matthias took. There stood I like the friar that doth shrive, a wretch for murder doomed. Canto 13, lines 51, 52. When lots were cast upon the forfeit place of the condemned soul, abide till 0 you Tarlin. Thy punishment of right is merited, and look tilde thou well to that ill-gotten coin, which against Charles's thy hardihood inspired. If reverence of the keg eat is restrained me or not, which thou in happier time didst hold, I yet severer speech might use. Your avarice o'ercasts the world with larning underfoot, treading the good, and raising bad and one and up. Of shepherds, like it to you, tile evangelist was where, when 11 here, who sits upon Tiwani waves, with kings in filthy Vivordon he beheld. Slile, who with 7 heads towered at her birth, and from 10 horns her proof of glory drew, long as her spouse in virtue tool delight. Of gild and silver ye have made your God, differing wherein from the idolater, but that he worships one. 100 ye? Ah, Constantine, to how much ill gave birth not thy conversation, but that plenteous dower which the first a wealthy father gained from thee. Meanwhile, as thus I sung, he, whether wrath or conscience smote him, violent upsprawl spinning on either soul, I do believe my teacher well was pleasical. Will so composed a lip he listened ever to the sound of the true words I uttered. In both arms he caught, and to his bosom lifting me, upward retraced the way of his descent. Nor weary of his weight, he pressed me close till to the summit of the rock we came. Our passage fair, the 4th to the 5th pier. His cherished burden there gently he placed. Upon the rugged rock and steep, a path not easy for the clambering goat to Nal Zero. Thence to my view another veil appeared. Canto the 10th. Argument. The poet relates the punishment of such as presumed while living to predict future events. It is to have their faces reversed and set the contrary way on their limbs, so that being deprived of the power to see before them, they are constrained ever to walk backwards. Among these, Virgil points out to him Amphiaraus, Tiresias, Arons, and Manto, from the mention of whom he takes occasion to speak of the origin of Mantua, together with several others, who had practiced the arts of divination and astrology. A.N.D. now the verse proceeds to torment's new fit argument of this, the 20th strain of the first song, whose awful theme records the spirits whelmed in woe. Earnest? I looked into the depth that opened to my view, moistened with tear and anguish, and beheld a tribe that came along the hollow vale, in silence weeping, such their step as walk choirs, chanting solemn litanies on earth. As on them more direct mine eye descends, each wondrously seemed to be reversed to the neck bone, so that the countenance was from the reins averted. And because none might before him look, they were compelled to advance with backward gait. Thus one perhaps hath been by force of palsy clean transposed, but I ne'er saw it, nor believe it so. Now, reader, think within thyself, so God fruit of thy reading give thee. How I long could keep my visage dry, when I beheld near me our form distorted in such guise, that on the hinder parts, fallen from the face, the tears down streaming rolled. Against a rock I leant and wept, so that my guide exclaimed, "What? And art thou too, witless as the rest? Here pity most doth show herself alive. When she is dead, what guilt exceedeth his, who with heaven's judgment in his passion strives? Raise up thy head, raise up, and see the man, before whose eyes earth gaped in Thebes, when all cried out, Amphiaraus, whither rushest? Why leavest thou the war? He not the less fell ruining far as to Minos down, whose grapple none eludes. Lo, how he makes the breast his shoulders, and who once too far before him wished to see, now backward looks and treads reverse his path. Tiresias note, whose semblance changed, when woman he became of male through every limb transformed, and then once more behooved him with his rod to strike the two entwining serpents, ere the plumes that marked the better sex might shoot again. Aruns, with rarer his belly facing, comes. On Luni's mountains, midst the marbles white, where delves Carrara's hind, who ones beneath. A cavern was his dwelling, whence the stars, and main sea wide in boundless view he held. The next, whose loosened tresses overspread her bosom, which thou seest not, for each hair on that side grows, was Manto, she who searched through many regions, and at length her seat fixed in my native land, whence a short space my words detain thy audience. When her sire from life departed, and in servitude the city dedicate to Bacchus mourned, long time she went a wanderer through the world. Aloft in Italy's delightful land a lake there lies, at foot of that proud Alp that o'er the Tyrol locks Germania in, its name Benacus, from whose ample breast 1,000 springs, methyl one, S and more, between Caltionicca and Garda, issuing Fortal one, water the Epimene. There is a spot, at midway of that Lalai, where he who bears of Trento's flockle the Picia dot Storol staff will one him of Brescia and the Veronese, one eagle one to each passing that Vive his benediction give. A garrison of goodly sight and strong Peschiera stands. To awe with front opposed, the Bergamese one de Brescian vivens the shore, more slope each way descends. There whatsoe'er Benacus' bosom holds not, tumbling o'er down falls, and bins a river flood beneath Tulro the green pastures. Soon as in his course the stream Malvis 11 ed, Benacus then no more. They call the null 11E, but Mincius till at last, reaching Governo into Po he falls. Not far his collars hath run, for 11E11 a wide flat it finds, which overstreckle waning as a N one arch it covers, pestilent in sun one meroft. Hence jur'd 11 eyeing, the Sav Tildiga maiden, Sav midst of the fen a territor, a waste and nigh of inhabitants. To shun all human converse, here she with 11 as slaves, plying her arts, remained, and lived, and left her body tenantless. Thenceforth the tribes, Boavo round, were scattered, gathering to that place, assembled, for its strength fast great, enclosed on all parts by the fen. On those dead bones they reared themselves a city, for her sigh, calling it Mantla, who first chose the spot, nor asked another omen for the Nan Wani, wherein more numerous the people dwelt, ere Casalodi's madness by deceit was word thronged of Pinamonte. If thou hear henceforth another origin assigned of that my country, I forewarn thee now, that falsehood none beguiled to leaven thee of the truth. I answered, Teacher, I conclude thy words so certain, that all else shall be to an one as embers lacking life. But now of these, who here proceed, instruct an one if thou see any that merit more especial note, for thereon is my mill one alone intent. He straight replied, that spirit from whose chiel the beard sweeps o'er his shoulders brown, what time Gracicia was emptied of her males, till one at scarce the cradles were supplied. The seer was he in all this, who with Calchas gave the Estilda gun when first to cut the cable. In one they know 111 at Eurypylus. So still 1 GS my magic strain, in which majestic measure well thou will knowst, who will knowst it o'er, that other round the loins, so slender of his shape, was Michael Scott, practiced in every sleight of an legic wile. Guido Bonatti see, as Dente Mal, who now were hat Juvilling he attended still the thread and cord vain, and too late repents. See next the wretches who the needle left, the shuttle and the spindle, and becan one diviners. Baneful vical one ears, they rugal one tide, with images and herbs tilde, but onward no fee. For now doth Cain, with fall of thorns, confine on either hemisphere, tolching the wave beneath the towers of Seville. Yesternight the moon was round. To 110 you mayst remember well, for she good service did thee in the gloom of the deep wood. This said, both onward move. Canto 20 Argument. Still in the 8th circle, which bears the name of Malebolge, they look down from the bridge that passes over its 5th gulf upon the barterers or public peculators. These are plunged in a lake of boiling pitch and guarded by demons, to whom Virgil, leaving Dante apart, presents himself, and license being obtained to pass onward, both pursue their way. Thus we from bridge to bridge with other talk, the which RP.I drama cares not to rehearse, passed on, and to the Sull, one mid-reaching, stood to view another gap within the round of Lie Allebolge, other bootless pangs. Marvelous darkness, shadow vied zero the place. In the Venetians our cell, one hour as boils, through 11 wintry months tenacious pitch to smear their unsound vessels. For the Inclemel one to Tiln seafaring men restrains. And in that while his bark one builds anew, another stops the ribs of his that hath made many a voyage. One hammers at tile pro hull, one at the poop, this shapeth oars, that other cables twirls. The mizzen one repairs, and mainsail rent. So, not by force of fire, but art divine, bailed here a glutinous thickle mass, that round limed all the shore beneath. I that beheld, but therein naught distinguished, save the bubbles, raised by the boiling, and one mighty swell heave, and by turns subsiding fall. While there I fixed my ken below, mark idle one arc I my guide, exclaiming, dread of me towards him from the place wherein I stood. I turned myself as one impatient to behold that Wickle beheld he needs must shun, on sudden fear unmans, that he in flight delays not, for the vie. Behind me I discerned a devil black glass, that running up advanced along the rock. Ah, what fierce cruelty his look bespal! In act, how bitter did he seem, with wings buoyant outstretched and feet of nimblest tread. His shoulder, proudly eminent and sharp, was with a sinner charged. By either haunch he held him, the foot's sinew griping fast. Ye of our bridge eye, he cried, keen-taloned fiends I low loan of Santa Zita's elders. Him whelm ye beneath, while I return for more. That land hath store of such. All men are there, except Ponturo, barterers. Of no felucca there an eye is quickly made. Him dashing down, zero ere the rolled seas he turned. Nor ever after, thief or master loosed, sped with like eager haste. The other sank Tilda, and forthwith writhing to the tilled surface rose. But those dark demons, shrouded by the bridge, cried, here the hallowed visage saves not. Here is other swilming than in Circeo's Vivar. Wherefore, if thou desire we rend thee not, take heed thou mount not o'er the pitch. This said, they grappled him with more than 100 hools, and shouted, covered thou must sport thee here. So, if thou canst, in secret mayst thou filch. E'en thus the one cools bestirs him with his groon, one says, to thrust the flesh into the cauldron down with flesh hools, that it float not on the top. Me then, my guide, bespal there, lest they descry that thou art here behind a craggy Rosses bend low and screen thee, and a fatter of force. Be offered me, or insult, fear thou not, for I am well advised. Foe have been erst in the lee one fray. Beyond the bridge's head, therewith he passed, and reaching the 6th pier, behoved hill 11, then a forehead terror-proof. With storm and fury, as we 11 dogs rush forth upon the poor underscore 111 and Sperco, whose Sati 11 love from whence he standeth makes hill 1 his suit. So rush tilde D underscore those from beneath the arch, and against Hilu their weapons all they pointed. He aloud, be none of you outrageous, ere your teen in dare seize me, con one a fortal one from amongst you one, who having heard Lut Ivord, decide 11 he then, if he shall tear these limbs. Tell one eye shouted loud, go Malacoda her, whereat one advanced, the Ottal one as standing firm. And as he came, what may this turn avail him, he exclaimed. Believest thou, Malacoda, I had coal one thus far from all your sail, and one ishing secure, my teacher answered. With oath will divine and destiny propitious, pass we then. For so heaven's pleasure is, that I should tilde add another through this savage wilderness. Forthwith so fell his pride, that he let drop the instrument of torture at his feet. And to the rest exclaimed, we 11 have no power to strillis him. Then to Inigai buzz, 011, thou I who on the bridge among the crags dost sit low, crouching, safely now to unwani return. I rose and towards him moved with speed. The fiends mentally were all forward drew. Me terror seized, lest they should brail the compact they had made. Thus issuing from Caprona, once I saw the infantry, dreading lest his covenant the foe should break. So close he hemmed them round. I to my leader's side adhered mine eyes. In pursuit, he therefore sped, exclaiming, thou art caught. Canto 22, Horover, 196. With fixed, and in one oceanless observance, bent on their unkindly visage. They, their hooks protruding, one the other thus bespake, wilt thou I touch him until one a hit, to whom was answered, even so, nor miss thy aim. But he viviv 110 was in conference with my guide, turned rapid round, and 11 us the demons spall. Stay thee, Scarmiglione. Then to us he added, further foot into your step this rock affords not. Shivered to the base of the Citilde arch. Wilt would you still proceed? Up by this cavern go, not distant far. Another rockle will yield you passage safe. Yesterday later by 5 hours than now. 1200 threescore years and 611 had filled the circuit of their course, since here the way was broken. Thither would I straight dispatch certain of these any scouts, why 10 shall espy, if any on the surface bask. With 11 go ye, for ye shall find then one nothing fell. Carmalicino, forth slashed with that, he cried, and Calcabrina, and Cagnazzo thou. The troop of 10 let Barbariccia lead, with Libicocco, Dragal, one Inazzo haste, Fag Ciriato, Graffiacanefit, and Farfarello, and mad Rubicant, search ye around the bubbling tower, for these in safety led the 111, where the other crag uninterrupted traverses the dens. I the Tilden, O master, bear 11 at a sight is there. Ah, without escort journey we alone, which if thou, now the way I covet not, unless thy prudence fail thee, dost not marl, how they do gnarl upon us, and their scowl threatens of present tortures. He replied, I charge thee, Fearpot, let them still one I will. Gnarl on, 'tis but in token of their spite against the souls who mourn in torment steeped. To leftward o'er the pier they turned, but each had first between his teeth pressed close the tongue, toward their leader for a signal looking, which he with sound obscene triumphant gave. 100. Canto, Treta 2. Argument. Virgil and Dante proceed, accompanied by the demons, and see other sinners of the same description in the same gulf. The device of Ciampolo, one of these, to escape from the demons who had laid hold on him. horsemen with martial order shifting camp, to onset sallying or in muster ranged, or in retreat, sometimes outstretched for flight. Light-armed squadrons and fleet foragers scouring thy plains, Arezzo, have I seen, and clashing tournaments and tilting jousts, now with the sound of trumpets, now of bells, tabors, or signals made from castled heights, and with inventions multiform, our own, or introduced from foreign land. But ne'er to such a strange recorder I beheld, in evolution moving, horse nor foot, nor ship attacked by sign from land or star. With the 10 demons on our way, we went. With the 10 demons on our way, we went. Ah, fearful company, but in the church with saints, with gluttons at the tavern's mess. Still earnest on the pitch I gazed, to mark all things whate'er the chasm contained, and those who burned within. As dolphins that in sign to mariners heave high their arched backs, that thence forewarned they may advise to save their threatened vessel. So at intervals, to ease the pain, his back some sinner showed, then hid more nimbly than the lightning glance. E'en as the frogs that of a watery moat stand at the brinel, with the jaws only out, their feet and of the troll, all else concealed. Thus on each part the sinners stood, but soon as Barbariccia was at hand, so they drew back under the wave. I saw, and yet my heart doth stagger one that waited thus, as it befalls that oft one frog remains, while the next springs away. And Graphaecan, who of the fiends was nearest, grappling seized his clotted locks, and dragged him sprawling up, that he appeared to Unwani and Otter, each already by their names I knew so well. When they were chosen, I observed, and Tonald Hov one the other called. Zero Rubicant, I see that his hide thou will one thy talons flay, shouted together all the cursed crew. Then I, inform Tulwani, you asked her why, if thou may, what wretched soul is Tulwani's, on whom their hands his foes have laid. My leader to his side approached, and whence he came, Ilwan quiet, to whom was answered thus: born in Navarre's dull 11 Ain, my Motper placed me in a lord's retinue, for she had borne Ilwan E to a Losel vile, a spendthrift of his substance and himself. The good King Tebol after that I served, to peculating here my thoughts fair turn, whereof I give account in this dire heat. Stray 11, Kiriato, from whose mouth a tussle issued on either side, as from a boar, ripped him with one of these. To Vixed evil claws the Itchius had fallen, but Barbariccia cried, Say Zichegim with both arms, stand thou apart, while I do fix Hiln on my prong transpierced. Then added, turning to Arnai, guide his face, inquire of him if more thou wish to learn, ere he again be rent. My leader, Thus. Then tell us of the partners of thy guilt. Knowest thou any sprung of Latian land, Ulder the Tar? And I parted, he underscore replied, but not Freuty one, who sojourned not far thence. So were I under shelter now with him, nor Hool nor Talon should scare and one him more. Too long we suffer, Jibikoko cried. Then darting forth a prong, seized on his arm, and mangled Becure away the sinewy part. Him Dragonazzo by 11 his thighs beneath would next have coculed, whence angrily their Chie pound, turning on all sides round, with threatening brov, restrained then when their strife a little ceased. Of him who yet was gazing on his wound, my teacher thus without delay inquired, who was the spirit that from Holtai by evil hap parting, as thou hast told, Tholernus to shore? It was the fair Gomita, he rejoined, he of Galura, vessel of all guile. Vivo had his Inaster's enemies in hand, and used them so that they couldn't mend him well. Money he took, and them at large dismissed. So he reports, and in each other charge committed to his. Eeping played the part of barterer to the height. Ibith him Mothherd, the chief of Logodoro, Michael Zankla. Sardinia is a Telenle, whereof Teler tongue is never weary. Out alas, behold that other how he grins. More would I say, but tremble lest he mean to maul me sore. Their captain then to Farfarello turning, who rolled his moony eyes in Actus trial, I reballed him thus. Off, cursed bird, avaunt. If you desire to see or hear, he thus quaking with dread resolved, or Tuscan spirits or Lombard, I will cause them to appear. Meantime, let these ill talons bait their fury, so that no vengeance they may fear, frol 11th them. And I, remaining in this self-sane place, will for myself but one Mactilda 7 appear. We 11 in all one shrill whistles, 11 all be heard. For so, O tilde cast 0, 1, 1 is to call each other up. Cagnazzo at the 11 at word deriding grin, then wagged the head and spall I ear his device, mischievous as he is, to plunge him down. Whereto he thus, who failed not in Rickle one store of nice but devove toils, mischief forsootheth extreme, meant only to procure al 11 himself more woe. And till the longer Alicino then refrained, but thus the rest gainsaying, in one bespake, if thou do cast thee down, I not on foot will chase thee, but above the pitch will beat thy plurals. Colit we the vow one to gay ground, and let the banner be as a shield, till one at wheel one I see, if singly thou prevail against USL one. No we, reader, of new sport expect to hear. They each one turned his eyes to the other shore. He first, who was the hardest to persuade. The spirit of Navarre, 110, see well his time, planted his feet on land, and at one leap, escaping, disappointed their resolve. 1 inch him quickle, resentment stung, but him the most, who vieweth the cause of failure. In pursuit he therefore sped, exclaimed wanning to 110 or 1 art court. But little it availed. Terror outstripped his followed tinktiggle one. The other plunged beneath, and heaveth upward pinion till there eyes his breast. He and thus the water tea, even she perceives the falcon near, dives instant down, while he enraged and spent retires. That mockery 3 Calcabrina fury stirred, who flew after him with desire of strife inflamed. And for the barterer had scaped, so turned his talons on his con one raid. 0 other dill, in grapple close they joined, but the other proved a goshawk able to rend well his foe, and in the boiling lawly both fell. The heat was low umpire, 0, 0, 1, 1 between them, but in vain to lift then oneselves they strove, so fast were glued their pennons. Barbaricia as the rest, that chance lamenting, 4 in flight dispatched from the other coast, with all their weapons elude, dart hay to their post on each side, speedily descending, stretched their hooks toward the fiends, who floundered, anly burning frol their scars, and we departing left thel to that broil. Canto the argument. The enraged demons pursue Dante, but he is preserved from them by Virgil. On reaching the 6th gulf, he beholds the punishment of the hypocrites, which is to pace continually round the gulf under the pressure of caps and hoods that are gilt on the outside, but leaden within. He is addressed by 2 of these, Catalano and Loderingo, Knights of St. Mary, otherwise called Joyous Friars of Bologna. Caiaphas is seen fixed to a cross on the ground, and lies so stretched along the way that all tread on him in passing. In silence and in solitude we went, one first, the other following his steps, as minor friars journeying on their road. The present fray had turned my thoughts to muse upon old Aesop's fable, where he told what fate unto the mouse and frog befell. For language hath not sounds more like in sense than are these chances, if the origin and end of each be heedfully compared. And as one thought bursts from another forth, so afterward from that another sprang, which added doubly to my former fear. For thus I reasoned, these through us have been so foiled with loss and mockery so complete, as needs must sting them sore. If anger then be to their evil will conjoined, more fell they shall pursue us than the savage hound snatches the leveret panting twixt his jaws. Already I perceived my hair stand all on end with terror, and looked eager back. Teacher, I thus began, if speedily thyself and me thou hide not, much I dread those evil talons. Even now behind they urge us, quick imagination works. But the other proved a goshawk able to rend well his foe, and in the boiling lake both fell. Canto the Titoine, lines 137, 139. Scarcely had his feet reached to the lowest of the bed beneath, when over us the steep they reached. Canto the 13th, lines 52, 54. So forcibly that I already feel them. He answered, were I forn one-ed of leaded glass, I should not sooner draw until tilde itself thy outward image, and I now imprint that from within. This and 10 minca 1, ere thy tale 0 arts presented before or 1 in touch with similar acts and countenance similar, so that from both lone design have framed. If the right coast inclines so much that we may thence descend into the other chasen 1, we shall escape secure of tilde on 1 this imagined pursuit. He had not spoke his purpose to the end. Willen I froil far betilde of them with spread wings, approached to Tal Eos. Suddenly 11 my guide caught me, even as a mother that frol 11 sleep is by the noise aroused, and near her sees the climbing fires, who snatches up her babe, and flies ne'er pausing, careful Ilore of in one thall of one herself, till 11 at but a single vest clings round her limbs. Down from the jutting beach, supine, he cast him to that pendant rock, which closes on one part the other chasm. Never ran water with such hurrying pace adown the tube to turn a land mill's vie-heel, while one nearest it approaches to the spoilry, as then along that edge my master ran, carrying me in his bosom, as a child, not a companion. Scarcely had his feet reached to the low tilde est of the bed beneath, when over us the steep they reached, but fear in him was none, for that high providence, which placed them ministers of the 5th fosse, power of departing then tool from them all. There in the depth we saw a painted tribe, who paced with tardy steps around, and wept, faint in appearance, and o'ercome with toil. Caps had they on with hoods that fell, low down before their eyes, in fashion like to those worn by the monkers in Cologne. Their outside was overlaid with gold, dazzling to view, but leaden all within, and of such weight that Frederick's oil paired to these were straw. O everlasting weary soul, one attire eye. We yet once more with them together turned to leftward on their dismal lurlen intent. But by the weight oppressed, so slovenly captive the fainting people, that our company was changed, at every all 10 vehement of the step. Whence I my guide addressed, see that thou find some spirit, whose name may by his deeds be known, and to that end look round thee as thou goest. Then one who understood the Tuscan voice cried after us low, hold in your feet, ye who so swiftly speed through the dusk air. Perchance from me thou shalt obtain thy wish. Whereat my leader, turning, me bespake, pause, and then onward at their pace proceed. I stayed, and saw 2 spirits in whose look impatient eagerness of Lurland was marked, overtaking me. But the load they bear and narrow path retarded their approach. Soon as arrived, they with an eye askance perused me, but spake not. Then turning, each to other thus conferring, said, this one seems by the action of his throat alive, and be they dead, what privilege allows? They walk unmantled by the clawed 11-brow stove. Then thus to me, tell Scan, Professor ho visitest the college of the morning hypocrites, disdain not to instruct us who thou art. By Arno's pleasant streelty I thus replied, in the great city I vast bread and greavy. Tuscan who visitest the college of the morning hypocrites, disdain not to instruct us who thou art. Canto 2, lines 92, 94. That pierced spirit whom intent thou west was he who gave the Pharisees counsel, that it were fitting for one well 11, and to suffer for the people. Canto 3, limps 117, 120. And wear the body I have never worn. But who are ye, from whom such mighty grief, as now I witness, courseth down your cheeks? What torment breaks forth in this bitter woe? Our bonnets, gleaming white with orange hue, one of them answered, are so leaden gross, that with their weight they make the balances to crack beneath them. Joyous friars we were, Bologna's natives, Catalano first Hiloderingo name, and by thy land together taken, as men used to take a single and indifferent arbiter to reconcile their strife. How there we sped, Gardingo's vicinage can best declare. Oh, friars, I began, your miseries, but there break off, for one had caught mine eye, fixed to a cross with 3 stakes on the ground. He, when he saw me, writhed himself, throughout distorted, ruffling with deep sighs his beard. And Catalano, who thereof was, where? Thus spake, that pierced spirit whom intent thou view'st, was he who gave the Pharisees counsel, that it were fitting for one man to suffer for the people. He doth lie transverse, nor any passes, but him first behoves make a feeling trial how each weighs. In straits like this along the fosse are placed the father of his consort, and the rest partakers in that counsel, seed of ill and sorrow to the Jews. I noted then how Virgil gazed with wonder upon him, thus abjectly extended on the cross in banishment eternal. To the friar he next his words addressed, we pray he'd tell, if so be lawful, whether on our right lies any opening in the rock, whereby we both may assaul hence, without constraint on the dark angels, that compelled they Colm to lead us from this depth. He thus replied, nearer than thou clost hope, there is a rock from the great circle moving, which o'ersteps each veil of horror, save that here his cope is shattered by the ruin ye tenez molt, for on the side it slants, and most the height rises below. With head bent do even, awhile my leaders stood. Then spake, he warned us ill, who yonder hangs the sinners on his hool, to whom the friar, at Bologna, erst I many vices of the devil heard. Among the rest was said, he is a liar, and the father of lies. When he had spoiled, my leader with large strides proceeded 011, soul what disturbed with anger in his lule. I therefore left the spirits heavy laden, and following his beloved footsteps marked. Canto 24. Argument. Under the escort of his faithful master, Dante, not without difficulty, makes his way out of the 6th gulf, and in the 7th sees the robbers tormented by venomous and pestilent serpents. The soul of Vanni Fucci, who had pillaged the sacristy of St. James in Pistoia, predicts some calamities that impended over that city, and over the Florentine. And the year's early non-age, when the sun tempers his tresses in Aquarius's urn, and now towards equal day the nights recede, when as the Rin Wani upon the earth puts on her dazzling sister's image, but not long her milder sway endures, till even riseth up the village hind. Altai fails his wintry store, and looking out beholds the plain around all whitened, whence impatiently his soul wannets his thighs, and to his hut returning in, there paces to and fro, wailing his lot, as a discomfited and helpless man. Then comes he forth again, and feels new hope spring in his bosun one, finding e'en thus soon the world hath changed its countenance, grasps his crew, and forth to pasture drives his little fatokel. So me my guide disheartened, then I salve his troubled forehead, and so speedily that ill was cured. For at the fallen bridge, arriving, Tor vards me with a 1001. Assessed to be, he turned hilti Bakel, as T11 had I first be 11 eld at the steep mountain's foot. And swine counsel first, L11 anti 11. With his own thought, he opened wide his RTI and tool me up, as one who, while he whirled, computes his labor's issue, that he seems still to foresee the effect. So lifting me up to the sun, 1111 it of one peak, while one at a fixed to dot his eye upon a lottle oneer. Grapple that, said he, but first make proof if it be such as will sustain thee. For one capped with lead, this were no journey, scarcely he, though light, and I, though onward pushed Freuti crag to crag, could mount. And if the precinct of this Tilda Oast beware not less ample than the last, for him, I Lasno not, but in his strength had surely firehead. B11 Termalibolge, all toward the darty mouth, inclining of the nethermost abyss. The sight of every valley hence requires, that one cycle up but Selcupi, the other fall. At length the point Frolu W11, Enstead 11, EL till 110 Stone J11 T's down we reach. S0011 as total 1 had arrived, so was the breath exhausted, or are you my ailings, I could no further. But did see Dawa there? No V needs 11 I best of man. So spake my guide. For 110 ton Dani. For one lambs nor until our shade of canopy reposing. Fame is one. Without vis which Vivivosoer consumes his days. Leaveth such vestige of himself on earth, as sand and lures in air, or foam one upon the wave. Thou therefore rise, Vanque 11. Thy weariness by the mind's effort, in each struggle formed to vanquish, if she suffer not the way 11th of her corporeal frame, to crush her down. A longer ladder yet realmens to scale. From these to have escaped sufficeth not, if well thou note me, profit by my words. I straightway rose, and showed myself less spent than I in truth did feel me. On, I cried, for I am stout and fearless. Up the rocklers our way, beheld, more ruggical than before. Amid this dread exuberance of woe, ran naked spirits winged with horrid fear. The other two looked on, exclaiming, Ah, how dost thou change, Agnello? Narrower and steeper far to climb 111B, fro in talk. I ceased not as we journeyed, so to Stilda am least faint, whereat a voice from the other, Ossa, did issue forth, for utterance suited ill. Though on tile our Tilda hair that cross, as where I stood, what were the boards I one Tilda knew not. But who spake, he seemed moved in anger. Down I stooped to 1001, but my quickle I might fetch not to tile depth for shrouding darkness. Wherefore thus I spake, to the next circle, teacher, bend thy steps, and from this wall dismount Sophie. For as hence I hear, and understand not, so I see beneath, and naught discern. I answer not, said he, but by the deed. To fair request, silent performance maketh best return. We from the bridge's head descended, where to the 8th mound it joins, and then the chasm opening to view, I saw a crowd within of serpents terrible, so strange of shape and hideous, that remembrance in my veins, yet shrinks the vital current. Of her sands let Libya vaunt no more, if Jaculus, Piraeus, and Calida be her brood. Cenchrus and Ampispicina, plagues so dire, or in such numbers swarming ne'er she showed. Not with all Ethiopia, and whate'er above the Erythracean sea is spawned. Amid this dread exuberance of woe, ran naked spirits winged with horrid fear. No, our hope had they of crevice where to hide, or heliotrope to charm the Itai out of view. With serpents were their hands behind them bound, which till one rough their reins infixed the tail and head, twisted in folds before, and 10 eye on one near to our side, darted an adder up, and where the neck is on the shoulders tied, transpierced him far more quickly than ere pen wrote O or I. He kindled, burned, and changed to ashes all, poured out upon the earth. When there dissolved he lay, the dust again uprolled spontaneous, and the self-same form instant resumed. So mighty sages tell, the Arabian phoenix, when 500 years have well nigh circled, dies, and springs forthwith renascent. Blade nor herb throughout his life he tastes, but tears of frankincense alone, and Adoris amomum, swaths of nard, and myrrh his funeral shroud. As one that falls, he knows not how, by force demonic dragged to earth, or through obstruction fettering up in chains invisible the powers of man, who, risen from his trance, gazeth around, bewildered with the monstrous agony he hath endured, and wildly staring sighs. So stood aghast the sinner when he rose. Oh, how severe God's judgment that deals out such blows in stormy vengeance. Who he was, my teacher next inquired, and thus in few he answered, Vani Fucci am I called, not long since reigned down from Tuscany to this dire gullet. Me, the bestial life, and not the human-pleased mule that I was, who in Pistoia found my worthy den. I then to Virgil bid him stir not hence, and ask him what crime did thrust him hither. Once a man I knew him, choleric and bloody. The sinner heard and feigned not, but towards me his mind directing, and his face, wherein was dismal shame depictured, thus he spake. It grieves me more to have been caught by thee in this sad plight which thou beholdest, than when I was taken from the other life. I have no power permitted to deny what thoughtle inquirest. I and 1-00111 to thus low to dwell, for that the sacristy by L11 he was rifled of its goodly ornaments. And with 11 the guilt, and not 11 falsely charged, but that thou mayst not joy to see me thus. So as thou e'er shalt scape this dark, wrapped in turbid 11 ists. And see 11 up, and eager driveth unto 11 Astorian with arrowy hurtling o'er Pisano's field, when suddenly the clouds 11 all burst, and strive. The sacrilegious Fucci vents his fury and blasphemy, is seized by serpents, and flying is pursued by Cacus in the form of a centaur. Foe is described with a swarm of serpents on his haunch, and a dragon on his shoulders breathing forth fire. Our poet then meets with the spirits of 3 of his countrymen, 2 of whom undergo a marvelous transformation in his Pavison. When he had spoke, the sinner raised his hands, poilted ill ten cucere, and cried, Tell I then one, God I level tellelti at thee. From that day forth the sepults were illy friends, for Rolge dot in his neck, all of them rolling, listed as it said, Be silent, tongue hoa. Another to his arms upgliding, tied the 111, riveting itself so close, it took for 111 them the power to move. Pistoia, one all Pistoia, have I clost doubt to turn thee into ashes, cumbering earth no longer, since in evil act so far thou hast undone thy seed. I did not mar, through all the glorious circles of the abyss, spirit Tylots that belled so proudly against his god. Not him, though headlong fell from Telebes. He fled, nor uttered Lutaior. And after Hinel there came a centaur full of fury, shouting, Where is the caitiff? On Marimal 11A's marsh swarm, not tile serpent tribe, as on his haunch they survarm, to fear the hull one and face begins. Behind his head, upon tile shoulders, lay whittle open wings, a dragon, breathing fire, on whomsoe'er he 111. To lurl my guide, Cacus is this, who underneath tile rock, of Aventine, spread oft a lake of blood. He from his brethren parted, here must tread a different journey, for his fraudful theft of the great herd that near him stalled. Whence found his felon deeds their end, beneath the mace of stout Alcides, that perchance laid on 100 blows, and not the 10th was felt. While yet he spake, the centaur sped away, and under us 3 spirits came, of whom nor I nor he was ware, till they exclaimed, Say, who are ye? We then break off discourse, intent on these alone. I knew them not, but as it chanceth oft, befell, that one had need to name another. Where, said he, doth Cianfa lurk? I, for a sign, my guide should stand attentive, placed against my lips, the finger lifted. If, O reader, now thou be not apt to credit what I tell, no marvel, for myself do scarce allow the witness of mine eyes. But as I looked towards them, lo, a serpent with 6 feet springs forth on one, and fastens full upon him. His midmost grasps the belly, a 4-foot seized on each arm, while deep in either cheek he fleshed his fang. The hinder on the thighs was spread, twixt which the tail inserted curled upon the reins behind. Ivy ne'er clasped a dotted oak, as round the other's limbs the hideous monster intertwined his own. Then, as they both had been of burning wax, each melted into other, mingling hues. That which was either now was seen no more. Thus up the shrinking paper ere it burns, a brown tint glides, not turning yet to black, and the clean white expires. The other 2 looked on, exclaiming, Ah, how dost thou change? Agnello, see I thou art, nor double, no tilde, I. nor only one. The two heads now became one, and two figures blended in one fallen appeared, where both were lost. Of the four lengths, two arms were made, the belly and the clest, the thighs and legs. Into such melambers changed as never eye hath seen. Of former S11 ape all trace fast vanished. Two, yet neither seemed that image miscreate, and so passed on with tardy steps. As lonetoneth Tilda, he scourge of the fierce dog-star that lays bare the fields. Shifting from Bralva to break the lizard seems, a flash of lightning if he thwart tile road. So toward the entrails of the other two approaching dot, Ceylon, quote an adder all on fire, as the dull pepper grain livid and swart. In that part whence our life is nourished first, one he transpierced. Then down before hill one fell stretched out. 11 he pierced spirit lulled on him, but spalled he not. Yea, stood tensionless and yavan, as if by sleep or feverous fit assailed. He eyed the serpent, and the serpent him. One frol one the bound, the other from the all 10 hath breathed a telecal smole, whose vapory coil Lilens joined. Lucan in mute attention now may hear, nor till one a disastrous fate, Sabellus, tell nor thine, Nasidius. Ovid now be Linnet. What if in Warblil one fiction he record Cadmus and Areteliusa, to a snarl air him changed, and heard into a Folantine clear, I envy not. For never face to face, trivial natures, those transmuted did he sing, wherein both his 11 apes were ready to assume the other's substance. They in mutual guise so answered that the serpent split his train, divided to a fall, and the pierced spirit drew close his steps together, legs and thighs compacted, but no sign of juncture soon was visible. The tail disparted, took the figure which the spirit lost, its skin softening, his indurated to a rind. The shoulders next I marked, that entering joined the monster's armpits, whose two shorter feet so lengthened, as the others dwindling shrunk. The feet behind, then twisting up, became that part that man conceals, which in the wretch was cleft in twain, while both the shadowy smoke with a new color veils, and generates the excrescent pile on one, peeling it off from the other body. Lo, upon his feet one upright rose, and prone the other fell. Nor yet their glaring and malignant lamps were shifted, though each feature changed beneath. Of him who stood erect, the mounting face retreated towards the temples, and what there superfluous matter came, shot out in ears from the smooth cheeks. The rest not backward dragged, of its excess did shape the nose, and swelled into due size protuberant the lips. He on the earth who lay, meanwhile extends his sharpened visage, and draws down the ears into the head, as doth the slug his horns. His tongue, continuous before and apt for utterance, severs, and the other's fork, closing co-unites. That done, the smoke was laid. The soul, transformed into the brute, glides off, hissing along the veil, and after him the other talking sputters, but soon turned his new-grown shoulders on him, and in few thus to another spake. Along this path crawling as I have done, speed bore so now. So sore I fluctuate in successive change, the unsteady ballast of the 7th hold. And here if aught my pen have swerved, events so strange may be its warrant. O'er mine eyes confusion hung, and on my thoughts amazed. Yet scaped they not so covertly, but well I marked Giancato. He alone it was of the 3 first that came, who changed not. Thou the other's fate, Gavil, still dost rule, hast no help. Canto 22, lines 67, 68. For me, my father, the mastery of grief. Canto 23, lines 73, 74. Canto 2016, argument. Remounting by the steps, down which they had descended to the 7th gulf, they go forward to the arch that stretches over the 8th. And from thence behold numberless flames wherein are punished the evil counselors, each flame containing a sinner, save one, in which were Diomede and Ulysses, the latter of whom relates the manner of his death. Florence exult I for thou so, and one Italy hast thriven, that o'er land and sea thy wings thou beatest. and thy name spreads over Tolel. Among the Pionderers, such the three I found thy citizens, Jevens Shanley, to me thy son, and no proud honor to tell itself redounds. But if our minds, well dream oneing near the dawn, are of the truth presageful, thou ere long shalt feel what Prato, not to say the rest, would fain love come upon thee. And that chance, wherein good tie 111E, if it befell thee now, would so it were, since it J.11.L1 Saint Need befall, for as time wears me, I shall grieve the tilled Lutayor. We from the depth departed, and gnarly guide, remounting, scaled the flinty steps. Week 11 late, we downward traced, and drew all 11 up the steep, pursuing thus our solitary way among the crags and splinters of the rock. Sped not our feet without the help of hands. Then sorrow seized me, which e'en now revives, as my thought turns again to what I saw, and more than I wont, I rein and curb the powers of nature in one UE, lest they run where virtue guides not, that if aught of good. My gentle star or scumething better gave me, I envy not myself the precious boon, as in that season, when the slin least veils his face that lightens all, what time the fly gives way to the shrill gnat, the peasant tellen. Upon some cliff reclined, beneath him one sees fireflies in Lueros, spangly 11 geo o'er the vale, vineyard or till, to where his day labor lies, with flan one as so numberless through all its space, shown to one eagle one the chasm apparent, whilom the depth was to any vie TV exposed. As he, to those wrongs the bears avenged, at its departure saw Elijal once kill one Ariot. Then the steeds erect raised their steep flight for heaven. His eyes, meanwhile, strainy 11, G pulasar Talaeltai, till one a flame alone, upsoaring, Lil E, AN1 is to spec, he L, E11 and D. E and thus along tile gulf moves every flame, a sinner so enfolded close in each, that none exhibits token of the theft. Upon the bridge I footpad bent to lure, and grasped flinty mass, or else had fallen. Though pushed not from the height, the guide, who enarched how I did gaze attentive, thus began, within these ardors are the spirits, each swathed in confining fire. Master, thy word, I answered, hath assured me, yet I deemed already of the trutal one. Already whistle one, and to assel thee who is in yon fire that comes so parted at the summit. Has it seal you descending from that funeral pile where lay the Theban brothers? He replied, witty one in Ulysses there, and Diomede endure their penal tortures, thus to vengeance now together hasting, as Erebor one isle to wrath. These in the flame with ceaseless groans deplore the ambush of the horse, that opened wide a portal for that goodly seed to pass. The guide, who marked how I did gaze attentive, thus began, within these ardors are the spirits, each swathed in confining fire. Canto 2016, lines 46, 49. Now mark how I do rip me, lo, how is Muhammad mangled. Canto 28, lines 30, 31. Which sowed imperial Rome, nor less the guile lament they, whence of her Achilles reft, Diadamia yet in death complains, and there is rude the stratagem that Troy of her Palladium spoil. If they have power of utterance from within these sparks, said I, O master, think my prayer 1,000-fold in repetition urged, that thou vouchsafe to pause till here the horned flame arrive. See how toward it with desire I bend. He thus, thy prayer is worthy of much praise, and I accept it therefore, but do thou thy tongue refrain. To question them be mine, for I divine thy wish, and they perchance, for they were Greeks, might shun discourse with thee. When there the flame had come, where time and place seemed fitting to my guide, he thus began, O ye who dwell two spirits in one fire, if living I of you did merit aught, whate'er the measure were of that desert, when in the world my lofty strain I poured, move ye not on, till one of you unfold, in what clime death o'ertook himself destroyed. Of the old flame, forthwith the greater horn began to roll, murmuring, as a fire that labors with the wind. Then to and fro, wagging the top, as a tongue uttering sounds, threw out its voice, and spake. When I escaped from Circe, who beyond a circling year had held me near Caeta by her charms, ere thus Aeneas yet had named the shore, nor fondness for my son, nor reverence of my old father, nor return of love, that should have crowned Penelope with joy, could overcome in me the zeal I had to explore the world, and search the ways of life, man's evil, and his virtue. Forth I sailed, into the deep, illimitable main, with but one bark and the small, faithful band that yet cleaved to me. As Iberia far, far as Morocco, Itla shore I saw, and the Sardinian, and each isle beside, which round that ocean battles, tardy with age were I and my companions, when we came to the strait pass, ere Hercules ordained the boundaries not to be zero a step by man. The walls of Seville to Illyrite I left. On the other hand, already Ceuta passed. O brothers, lie began, flow to the west, through perils without number now have reached. To this the short remaining Ivatch, that yet of senses have to Vali. Refuse not proof of the unpeopled world, follow to bring the trackle of Cebus. Call to Minkle from Helhensius Sidron. Ye were not foreign to liver the life of brutes, but virtue to pursue, and acknowledge Heil. With these fev words I sharpened for the voyage. The mind of my associates till at ITB Dotten could scarcely have would I one held the 11. To the dawn our poop we turned, and for the witless flight made our oars wings. Still gainel 1G on the left. Each star of tile at 11 her pole nig 11T no cell beheld, and ours so love that from the 11 ocean floor it rose not. 5 times Realul 1 ed, as oft vanished the light from U11 beneath the moon. Still 1 see the deep wave he entered, when from far appeared a roll 10 1 intent dim, loftiest bethought of all I e'er beheld. Joy seized us straight, but soon to mourning changed. From the new land of the 11 Erlwin sprung, and at her Forelost side did strilly the vessel. Thrice it whirled her round it with all the waves. The fore-till time lifted up the poop, and sung the prow. So fate decar tilde ed, and over us the boomil 1 billow closed. Canto 2010. Argument. The poet, treating of the same punishment as in the last canto, relates that he turned towards a flame in which was the Count Guido da Montefeltro, whose inquiries respecting the state of Romagna he answers, and Guido is thereby induced to declare who he is, and why condemned to that torment. Now upward rose the flame, and stilled its light, to speak no more, and now passed on with leave. From the mild poet gained, when following came another, from whose top a sound confused, forth issuing drew our eyes that way to look. As the Sicilian bull that rightfully his cries first echoed who had shaped its mold, did so rebellow with the voice of him tormented, that the brazen monster seemed pierced through with pain. Thus, while no way they found, nor avenue immediate through the flame, into its language turned the dismal words. But soon as they had won their passage forth, up from the point, which vibrating obeyed their motion at the tongue, these sounds were heard. O thou, to whom I now direct my voice, that lately didst exclaim in Lombard phrase, depart thou, I solicit thee no more. Though somewhat tardy I perchance arrive, let it not irk thee here to pause a while, and with me parley. Lo, it irks not me, and yet I burn, if but e'en now thou fall into this blind world. From that pleasant land of Latium, whence I draw my sum of guilt, tell me if those who in Romagna dwell have peace or war, for of the mountains there was I, betwixt Urbino and the height whence Tiber first unlocks his mighty flood. Leaning I listened yet with heedful ear, when as he touched my side, the leader thus, speak thou, he is a Latian, My reply was ready, and I spake without delay. O spirit who art hidden here below, never was thy Romagna without war in her proud tyrants' bosoms, nor is now, but open war there left I none. State Ravenna hath maintained this many a year, is steadfast. There Polenta's eagle broods, and in his broad circumference of plume, o'er shadows, Servia, the green talons grasp the land, that stood ere while the proof so long and piled in bloody heap the host of France. The old mastiff of Verruccio and the young that tore Montagna in their wrath still make, where they are wont, an augur of their fangs. Lamone's city and Santerno's range under the lion of the snowy lair, inconstant partisan that changeth sides, or ever summer yields to winter's frost. And she whose flank is washed of Savio's wave, as twixt the level and the steep she lies, lives so twixt tyrant power and liberty. Now tell us, I entreat thee, who art thou? Be not more hard than others. In the world, so may thy name still rear its forehead high. Then roared a while the fire. Its sharpened point on either side waved, and thus breathed at last, if I did think my answer were to one who ever could return unto the world, this flame should rest unshaken. But since ne'er, if true be told me, any from this depth, has found his upward way, I answer to 11 need, nor fear lest infamy record the word. A man of arms at first, I clot 11 at Rouen, then in good St. Francis's girdle, hoping so to have made ain ends. And certainly my hope had fired not, but that he, will 11 curses light on, the he one priest again settles it still into sin. Iron and how and wherefore, listen while I tell. Long as this spirit moved the bones and pulp my mother gave me, less illy deeds bespake the nature of the lion than the fox. All ways of winding subtlety I knew, and with such art conducted, that the sound reached the world's linlet. Soon as to TJ, one at part of life, I found me come, when each behoves to lull Tilda's sails and gather in the lines. That why before had pleased me. Then I rued, and to repentance and confession turned, wretch that I was, and well it had bested me. The chief of the new plough one arises, Miantayin, waging his warfare near the Lateran, not with the Saracens or Jews, his foes, all Christians were. The Lord against Acre one had fought, nor trafficled in the Soldan's land. Heal one his great charge, nor sacred ministry, in Hillu self-reverenced, nor in me that cord which used to mar ivital leanness were 110 men it girded. As in Soracte, Constantine besought, to cure his leprosy, Sil Leicester's aid, so me, to cure the fever of his pride, this man besought. My counsel to that end he asked, and I was silent, for his words seemed drunk, and built forthwith he thus resumed. For I'll one thy one art banish fear, of all offence I hitherto absolve thee. Through that return, teach you il one ye propose so to execute, that Penestrino call one bear earth no more. Heaven, as thou knowest, I have no power to shut and open, and the keys are therefore twain, the which my predecessor meanly prized. Then, yielding to the forceful arguil one ends, of silence as more perilous I deemed, and answered, Father, since thou visest Tashistol one clear of that guilt wherein I now must fall, a large promise with performance scale 1t, be sure shall mal either triumph il one thy lofty seat. When I was numbered with the dead, then came St. Francis for l'11e, but a caller of Dal, he learned, who cried, Wrong not, 11e is mine, and must belove fought to join the wretched crew, for the deceitful counsel which Olwani gave. Ere since I wackled him, hovering at his hair, no power can de one in penitent absolve, nor to repent, and Vivil at once consist, by contradiction absolute forbid. Oh, misery, how I shook myself when he seized line and cried, One, how Laplace thoughts me not a disputant in logic so exact? To Minos stubborn he bore me, and the judge twined 8 times round his callows back the tail, which biting with excessive rage he spake, This is a guilty soul, that in the fire must vanish. Hence, perdition doomed, I rove a prey to rankling sorrow in this garb. When he had thus fulfilled his words, the flame in dolor parted, beating to and fro and rattle wanning its sharp 110 rod. We onward went, I and loyal leader, up along the rock, far as another arch, tie one at overhangs, the fosse, where entire penalty is paid of those who load them with committed sin. Canto 20:8. Argument. They arrive in the 9th Gulf, where the sowers of scandal, schismatics, and heretics are seen with their limbs miserably maimed or divided in different ways. Among these, the poet finds Mahomet, Piero da Medicina, Curio, Mosca, and Bertrand de Bourg, who e'en in boards unfettered, lighted full tell of the bonds and blood that Novi saw, though he repeated oft the tale. No tongue so vast to thine could equal, speech and lout both impotent allele. If in one band collected stood the people all, who e'er poured on Apulia's happy soil their blood, slain by the Trojans, and in that long war, when of the rings the measured booty made a pile so high, as Royne's historian writes, who errs not, vivid the multitude, that felt the grinding force of Guiscard's Norn, one and steel, and those tell one arrest, whose bones are gathered yet at Ceperano, there where treachery broiled the name, or where beyond thy walls Zero Tagliacozzo without Arnos the old Alado conquered, and his limbs one would another his clean lopped away, a spectacle like to Lisvere, but a thing of naught, to the hideous sight of the 9th chasm, a rundlet that hath lost its middle or side stave, gapes not so wide as one I mark, torn from the chin throughout Dow to the hinder passage, twixt the legs, dangling his entrails hung, the midriff lay open, 9 and wretched ventricle that turns the englutted all in one end to dross. Well, one ill steegily I fix on in one and one wide guard, he eyed me, vital his hands laid his breast bare, I 11D cried. Now mark till the love I do rip me, 10 I ho V is Mahomet L 11 angled. Before me, walls Ali weeping. Frollo the chin, his face cleft to the white forecloth, and the others all whom here thou seest, while they lived, Dickelsow, Scandal, and Schissel one. I wond therefore thus I wrote. A fiend is here, he 11 in. White 10 Virgil his sword. Tackles us thus cruelly, slivering tilder again, equal one of shield, one is real 111. When we hold one of compassed round the dis one Yule way, for first our gashes closed, ere by tilder pass before him. But say, how art thou that standest musing on the rock, or happily so laboring delayed pain, then stop thy cry. Death forget, my God. Libertarian non conducts to torment, but 11 I 11 I in full trial state. I for 111 deaths, 11 all to all. My word, I are true. More than 100 spirits fend that they heard. Their pangs. Thou who perclans shalt shortly view the sun, this warning thou. Bear to Dolcino, bid Hiltai, if he the Bizzle won not. Here soon to follow to Tenon. To lack with good store of food, he arm him, lest imprisoning snows yield him a victim to Novara's power. No easy conquest else. With foot upraised for stepping, spake Mahomet on the ground, then fixed it to depart. Another shade pierced in the throat, his nostrils mutilate. By the hair it bore the severed member, lantern-wise pendant in hand, which looked at us and said, woe's me. Canto 28, lines 116, 119. E'en from beneath tail one the eyebrows, and one ear lopped to Tilda were 110. With the rest, through wonder stood gazing, before the rest advanced. Al 1D bared his winklepipe, that without was all o'ersmeared, with crin one sun-stain. 011, thou I said he, Reol 11, sin condemns not, and Vavhom erst, unless too near, resin one glance to deceive me, I aloft have seen on Latian ground. Call thou to mill one de Piero of lot one edicine. Again returning, thou beholdest the pleasant land that from one Vercelli slopes to Mercabo, and there instruct the twain, whom foul ten boasts her worthiest, so Tilda says Guido and Angelo, that if 'tis given us here to scan aright the future, they out of life's tenement shall be cast forth, and Viveln one dolder the waves near to Catholica, through perfidy of a fell Tilda tyrant. Twixt the sea and Balearic, ne'er hath Neptune seen an injury so foul by pirates done, or Argive crew of old. That one Tildiad traitor, whose realm there is a spirit here, were fail one his eye had still lacked sight of, the Hittite shall bring to conference with him, then so shape his end, that they shall need not. 'Gainst Foccara's wind offer up vow or prayer, I answering thus, declare as thou dost wish that I above may carry tidings of thee, who is he. In whole that sight doth wake Tilda to such sad remembrance. Forthwith he laid his hand on the cheek, Tilda Beziron of one, his Elo spirit, and his jaws expanding, cried Tilda, Lo, this is he I wot of. He speaks not for Hiltiself, the outcast this, who overwhelmed the doubt in Caesar's mind, affirming that delay to men prepared was ever harm. Oh, how terrified! If Tilda thought was Curio, from whose throat was cut the tongue which spake that hardy verdict. Till N one, M aimed of each hand, uplifted in the glue 111. The bleeding stun one peers, till at they with gory spots sullied his face and cried, Remember thee of Mosca too, I who alas I exclaim one D. The deed once to Tilde, there is an end, that proached Ted, a seed of sorrow to the Tuscan race. I added, I, and death to thine owl tribe. Well one see, heaping woe on woe, heal one added off, as one grief stung to madness. But I till ere still lingered to behold the troop, and saw a thing, such as I may fear. But that conscience, L11 I, Esrana fear 111, the boon companion, foe her strong breastplate, bucleles on him, but that feels no guilt, Vitlin, and bids him on. And fear not, without doubt I saw, and yet it seems to pass before the one live, a headless troll, that even as the rest of the sad flockle paced Cyrenor. By tile L1 air it bore the severed tiled ember, lantern-wise, pendant in hand. Woolwich looked at us. Two there were in one, and one in two. Ho vie that may be, he knows who ordereth so. When at tile bridge's foot direct he stood, his arm aloft he reared, thrusting the head full in our view, that nearer we might hear the words, which thus it uttered, Now behold this grievous torment, thou who breathing boast to spy the dead. Behold, if any else be terrible as Tollis, and that on earth thou mayst bear tidings of two, know that I am Bertrand, he of Bourne, who gave King John the counsel Runiscivols. Father and son I set at mutual war for Absalom, but Virgil roused me. What yet gazest on? Wherefore doth fasten yet thy sight below amongst the maimed and miserable shades? Canto, Guatine, lines 4, 6. Then my sight was livelier to explore the depth, wherein the minister of the most mighty Lord, all searching justice, dooms to punishment the forgers noted on her dread record. Canto 20, lines 52, 56. And David Moore did not Tilda hit 110 fell, spurring them on maliciously to strife. For parting those so closely knit, my brain parted. Alas, our I carry from its source, that in this trunk I 11 habits. Thus the law of retribution fiercely divorks in an 1 E. Canto 20, argument. Dante, at the desire of Virgil, proceeds onward to the bridge that crosses the 10th gulf, from whence he hears the cries of the alchemists and forgers who are tormented therein. But not being able to discern anything on account of the darker S, they descend the rock that bounds this the last of the compartments in which the 8th circle is divided, and then behold the spirits who are afflicted by diverse plagues and diseases. Two of the inn, namely Grifolino of Arezzo and Capocchio of Siena, are introduced speaking. So were mine eyes inebriate with the view of the vast multitude, whole 11 various wounds disfigured, that they L.D to stay and weep, fell to Virgil roused me. What yet gazest on? Wherefore doth fasten yet thy sight, below among the maimed and miserable shades? Thou hast not shown in any chasm beside this weakness. Know, if thou wouldst nullu bear them, that Tivivo into 20 miles the valley winds its circuit, and already is the tune beneath our feet. The tinny permitted now is short, and more not underscore seen. Ren one ains to see. If thou, I straight replied, hadst weighed the calice, for which I look, who hadst perchance excused the tarrying still, my leader part pursled his durvey. The while I followed, answering him, and adding thus, within that cave I deem, whereon so fixedly I hold my ken, there is a spirit dwells, of Tui blood, costs Hinnel now so dear, and Spale my master. Let thy soul no more afflict itself no more for Hin one. Direct elsewhere its thought, and leave him. At the bridge's foot, I marked how he did point with menacing lure at thee, and heard high 111 by. The other was named Gary of Bello. Thou so holy one wert Bulseed with 11 his spirit, for once ruled the towers of Hoteford, that thou lookedst not one till the had bay, ere he was gone. Oh, guide beloved I his violent death yet unavenged, said I, by any who are partners in his shame, made Hinnil contemptuous. Therefore, as I think, he passed me speechless by, and doing so, hath made one more compassionate his fate. So we discoursed to, where the Rocklows first showed the other valley. Had more light been there, e'en to the lowest depth. Soon as we came o'er the last cloister in the dislarnal rounds of Malebolge, and the Brottle one ere hood were to our view exposed, then many a dart of sore lulnent assailed me, ere one eaded all with points of till rurly 11G pity, till one that I closed both ears against the volley with mine hands. As with a torment, if Eacli Laza house of Valdiciana, in the sultry time, Tiixt, July, and Septon one bear, with the isle Sardinia, and Mark Mlua's pestilent fen, had heaped therein one Alades, all in one posse together. Such was here that torn one out, dire the stench, as Isserling's Tatilda, and one cis from festered limbs low. We on the utmost shore of the long rock descended still to leftward. Till in my sight was livelier to explore the depth, wherein the minister of the most mighty Lord, all searching justice, dawns to punishment the forgers noted on her dread record. More rueful was it not, methinks, to see the nation in Gegina droop. What till each living thing, e'en to the little worm. All fell, so full of malice was the air. And afterwards, as bards of yore have told, the ancient people were restored anew, Freund seed of Enramus. Than was here to see the spirits that languish through the murky veil, uppiled on many a stackle. Confused they lay, who Dotney o'er the belly, o'er the shoulders, one rolled of another, sidling crawled the third along the disma-tilled pathway. Step by step we journeyed on, in silence looking round, and listening those diseased, those strove in vain to lift their forms. Then Tvivo I marked, that sat propped against each other, as Tatvio brazen pans set to retain the heat. From head to foot a teta barked then round. Nor saw I ere groom clearing so fast, for whom his lord impatient waited, or himself perchance tired with long watching, as at 11 as each one plied quickly his keen nails, till one rolled furiousness of ne'er abated prudency. The crust came drawn from underneath in flakes, like scales scraped from one the bee tilde eam, or fish of broader and one ale. O thou eye who with thy fingers rendest off thy coatable roof, thus spake my guide, and so in times makest tearing pincers of the inn. Tell Ille if any born of Latian land be isle tending these within, so may thy nails serve thee for everlasting to this toil. Both are of Latium, weeping Elwani replied. Whom tortured thus thou seest. Who art thou that hast inquired of us? To holy allied, one that descend with this I 11th done, who yet lives, from rockle to rock, and show him hell's abyss. Then started they asunder, and each turned trembling toward Elias with the rest, whose ear one ho's words redounding struck. To me, my liege, came drawn from underneath in flakes, like scales scraped from the bream, or fish of broader mail, odor mail, canto 20 times 19, 47. That sprite of air is Shichi. In like mood of random mischief vents he still his spite. Canto text, lines 33, 34. Addressed him, speak to them whate'er till 10 you list. And I therewith began. So lay no time, filch your brands, for 0111. Tile thoughts of men in the upper vault, but after N1 any sons survive it, as ye tell me who ye are and of what race ye come. Your punishing one end, and seem disgustful in its kind. Deter you not from opening thus much to Iui. Arezzo was illidit felling, answered on he, and Nalle Albero of Siena brought to die by fire, both that. For Woolwich I died, leads me not here. True is, in sport I told him, till that I had learned to wing my flight in air. And he, admiring much, as he was void of wisdom, the aid I'm to declare to 11, the secret of mine art, and only hence, because I made him not a Decidalus, prevailed on one supposed his sire to burn me, both Minos to this chasm, last of the 10. For that I practiced alchemy on earth, has doomed in. Him no subterfuge eludes. Then to the bard I spake, was ever race. Light as Siena's? Sure not France herself can show a tribe so frivolous and vain. The other leprous spirit heard my words, and thus returned, be stricker from this charge exempted. He vo knew so temperately to lay out fortune's gifts. And Niccolo, who first the spices costly luxury discovered in that garden. Well one ere such seed roots deepest into one soil, and be that troop exempted, with whom Caccia of Asciano lavished his vineyards, and tide-spreading woods, and his rare Ivisdom Abagliato showed a spectacle for all, that thou mayest. Now who seconds thee against the Sienese? Thus gladly bend this way thy sharpened sight, that well my far he may answer to thy land. So shalt thou see I am Capocchio's ghost, who forged transmuted metals by the power of alchemy. And if I scan thee right, thou needs must well remember how I aped creative nature by Tierney's subtle art Q. That is the ancient soul of wretched Mera. Canto 26, lines 38, 39. O senseless spirit, let thy horn for thee interpret, therewith vent thy rage. If rage or other passion bring thee. Canto X./YXI, lines 64, 66. Canto Quintits, Argu Men 1. In the same gulf, other kinds of impostors, as those who have counterfeited the persons of others, tilde or debased the current coin, or deceived by speech under false pretenses, are described as suffering various diseases. Simon of Troy and Adamo of Brescia mutually reproach each other with their several impostures. What Tiln resentment burned in Juno's breast for Semele against the Theban blood, as will 10 wreathen once in dire mischance was ruled. Such fatal frenzy seized on Athamas, had he his spouse beholder 1G with a babe laden on either RTI. Spread out, he cried, the meshes, that I take the lioness, and the young lions at the pass. Then forth stretched he his merciless tuculons, grasping one helpless innocent. Learchus named, will 10 and 1 swinging, down he dashed upon rock, and with her other burden, self-destroyed, the hapless mother plunged, and Viven, the pride of all presuming Troy, fell from its height, by fortune overwhelmed, and the old king with his realm perished. Then did Hecuba, a wretch forlorn and captive, then she saw Polyxena first slaughtered, and her son, her Polydorus, on the wild sea beach, next Effie at the mourner's view. Then, reft of sense, did Slough run barking even as a dog. Such mighty power had grief to Matilda none her soul, but ne'er the Fulries, or of Thebes, or Troy, with such fell cruelty was seen, their goads infixing in the limbs of man or beast. As now two pale and naked ghosts I saw, that gnarling wildly scan, one but at Lictilded he the swine excluded from his sty, one reached Capocchio, and in the neck joint, sticking deep his fangs, dragged him, that o'er the solid pavement rubbed his belly stretched out prone. The other shape, he of Arezzo, there left tremulin spake, as sprite of air is Shikilevne, in like mood of random Nelishiv vents 11 as still his spite. To whom I answer, 11G, oh, as thou dost hope, tile other may not flesh its jaws on thee. Be patient to inform us who it is ere its speed hence. That is the ancient soul of wretched Myrrha, he replied, who burned with most unreal zero life flame for her own sire. And a false shape a son wanning so performed the deed of sin, e'en as the Ottal won her there, that onward passes, dared to counterfeit Donati's features, to feigned testament, the seal affixing that himself might gain for his own share, the lady of the herd. Willen banished the two furious shades on whom mine eye was held. I turned it back to view. The other cursical spirits, one I saw in fashion like a lute, lad but the groin been severed ere it meets the forked part, swollen dropsy disproportioning the lilibs with ill-converted moisture, that the paunch suits not the visage, opened wide his lips, gasping as entire hectic man for drought. One towards the chin, the other upward curled. I, O ye ever in tellest world of misery, wherefore I, now not, are exempt from pain. Thus he began, attentively regard Adamo's woe. When living, full supply ne'er lacked me of what most I coveted. One drop of water now, alas, I crave. The rills that glitter down the grassy slopes of Casentino, making fresh and soft the banks whereby they glide to Arno's stream, stand ever in my view, and not in vain. For more the pictured semblance dries me up, much more than the disease, which makes the flesh desert these shriveled cheeks, so from the place where I transgressed, stern justice urging me, takes means to quicken more my laboring sighs. There is Romina, where I falsified the metal with the Baptist's form impressed, for which on earth I left my body burnt. But if I here might see the sorrowing soul of Guido, Alessandro, or their brother, for Branda's limpid spring I would not change the welcome sight. One is e'en now within, if truly the mad spirits tell that round are wandering, but wherein besteads me that my limbs are fettered, were I but so light that I each 100 years might move 1 inch, I had set forth already on this path, seeking him out amidst the shapeless crew. Although 11 miles it wind, not less than half of one across, they brought me down among this tribe. Induced by them, I stamped the florins with 3 carats of alloy. Who are that abject pair, I next inquired, that closely bounding thee upon thy right lies smoking like a hand in winter steeped in the chill stream? When to this gulf I dropped, he answered, here I found them. Since that hour they have not turned, nor ever shall, I ween, till time hath run his course. One is that dame, the false accuser of the Hebrew youth. Sign on the other, that false Greek from Troy, 981:33. Sharp fever drains the reeky moistness out. In such a cloud unsteam, wettle that he heard. One gear all perchance to be so dark name. With clenched hand smote him until one he braced paunch, that lay a drum resounded, but forthwith Adamo smote him on the face, the blow returning with his argel, till at seen 1D as hard. Though in 1Y o'erweighty in 1Bs have ta'en from me the power to move, sighed he, I have an Arnold at liberty for such employ. To whom it alas answered, When thou ventest to the fire, thou hadst it not so ready at coil one nand, then readier when it coined the impostor gold. And thus the dropsid, I now spielst all true, but there thou gave Tilda to not such true testimony, when thou was questioned of the truth at Troy. If I spall false, thou falsely stole 1 Peter's the coin, said Sinon. I am here for but one fault, and thou for more than any imp beside. Remen 1 bear, he replied, 0 perjured /1. The horse remember that did T 111 vivid 11 death, and all the evolved be witness to thy guilt. To thine, returned the Greel, witness the thirst whence thy tongue cracks, witness the fluid and tenant reared by thy belly up before thine eyes, a mass corrupt, to whom the coiner thus, thy mouth gapes, vied as elet well underscored, saying, me if thirst assails, yet I am stuffed with antenisture. Thou art parched, pain rackled as thy head. No urging wouldst thou near to make thee lap Narcissus's mirror up. I was all fixed to listen. Well, one in my guide admonished, now beware, a little Dataio, and I do quarrel with thee. I perceived how angrily he spake, and towards Hilti I turned. With shame till do poignant, as Ren 1 ember, yet confounds me. As a man that dreamed one is of harm, one befallen him, dreaming wishes it a dream, and that which is, desires as if it were not. Stiff then was I, who, vaunting power to speak, wished to excuse myself, and all the while excuse me, thou funneveting that I did. More grievous fault than thine has been, less shame, my master cried, might expiate. Therefore cast all sorrow from thy soul. And if again chance bring thee where like conference is held, think I am ever at thy side. To hear slitch wrangling is a joy for Vilgar mine. Canto Qua. Argument. The poets, following the sound of a loud horn, are led by it to the 9th circle, in which there are 4 rounds, one enclosed within the other, and containing as many sorts of traitors, but the present canto shows only that the circle is encompassed with giants, one of whom, Ancaeus, takes them both in his arms and places them at the bottom of the circle. The very tongue, whose keen reproof before Tilda had wounded in one eye, that either cheek was stained, now ministered my cure. So L1 have I heard. Achilles's and H. his father's javelin caused pain first, and then the boil of health restored. Turning our back upon the veil of woe, we crossed the encircled mound in silence. There was less than day and less than night. That far mine eye advanced not. But I heard a horn, sounded so loud, the peal it rang had made the thunder feeble. Following its course, the adverse way my strained eyes bear bent on that one spot, so terrible a blast. Orlando blew not, when that dismal rout o'erthrew the host of Charlemagne, and quenched his saintly warfare. Thitherward, not long, my head was raised, when many a lofty tower metheled I spied. Master, said I, of what land is this? He answered straight, too long a space of intervening darkness has thine eye to traverse. Thou hast therefore widely erred in thy imagining. Thither arrive. Thou well shalt see how distance can delude the sense. A little therefore urge thee on. Then tenderly Helwane caught me by the hand. Yet know, said he, ere further we advance, that it less strange 11 I seem. These are not towers, but giants. In the pit they stand immersed, each from his L1 avel downward, round to 11 a bank. As when a fog disperseth gradually, our vision traces what the ill-wanest involves condensed in air, so piercing through the gross and gloomy attosphere. As more and more we neared to Vard the brink, L11 in error fled and fear came o'er me. As with circling round of turrets, Monteregion crowns his walls, e'en thus the shore, encompassing Tilda the abyss, was turreted with giants, half their length uprearing, horrible, whom Jove from heaven yet threatens, when his muttering thunder rolls. Of one already I descried the face, shoulders, and breast, old of the belly huge great part, and both arms down along the ribs. All teeming nature, within her plastic hand left framing of these monsters, did display past doubt tilde her wisdom, taking Freund mad war such slaves to do his bidding. And if she, repent her not of de Leven the elephant and whale, who ponders well confesses her therein wiser and more discreet. For when brute force and evil will are backed with subtlety, resistance none avails. His visage seemed 11.1 length and bulk, as doth the pine that tops St. Peter's Roman fane, and the other bones of lille protorsion, so that Freuil one above the bank, that girdled him below Var, such height arose his stature, that 3 Frieslanders had striven in vain to reach but to his hair. Full 30 ample palms was he exposed, downward from whence a man his garment loops, Raphael by Amet, Sable Altanel. So shouted his fierce lips, the which sweeter hymns became not, and all one we guide addressed him thus: 011, senseless spirit, I let thy horn for thee interpret, therewith vent thy rage, if rage or other passion wring thee. Search thy Alwanek, there shalt thou find the belt that binds it on, spirit confused. 10 on thy renite breast, where L1 hangs the baldric. Then to me he spake, he doth accuse himself. Nil 11, rod is this, through whose ill counsel in the world no more one tongue prevails. But pass we on, nor waste our voivodes, for so each language is to him, as his to others, understood by none. Then to the leftward turning, sped we forth, and at a sling's throw found a tilde other shade, far fiercer and in 10 rehuge. I cannot say what master hand had girt him, but he held behind the right arm fettered, and before the other Withalker chain. D11 had fastened him from the neck down, arid 5 times round his form. Apparent met the wreathed links. This proud one would of his strength against almighty Jove make trial, said Alighieri. Whence he is thus requited, Ephialtes him they call. Great was his prowess when the giants brought fear on the god.ds. Those are tilde mims, which then he plied. Now moves he never, forthwith I return. Fain will it by, if 'twere pos tilde ibel till, mine eyes, of briar sass immeasurable, gained experience next. He answered, thou shalt see not far from he tilde to see untilde thereas. For both speaks 11D is unfettered, who shall place us there, where guilt is at its depth tilde age, far onward stanks. This proud one would of his strength against almighty Jove make trial. Canto 20 lines 82, 84. Yet in the abyss that Lucifer with Judas low engulfs, lightly he placed it. Canto 21, lines 133, 135. Whom thou wouldst fain behold, in chains and made like to this spirit, save that in his looks. More fell he Sinos, by violent Ertelcourt derockled near Shula tower, so reeling to its base as Ephialtes. More than ever then I dreaded death. Nortal one and the terror more had needed, had I not seen the cords when a hat held him fast. We, straightway journeying on, came to Anseus, who 5 ells coloplate without the head, forth issued from the cave. O thou, who in the fortunate vale that made great Scipio heir of tilde glory, when his sword drove back the troop of Hannibal in Fligheit, who till one ence of old didst carry for Tully's spoil 100 lions, and if thou hadst fought in the high conflict, on thy brett 11 wrens side, seems as all one and yet believed, that through thine arm the so Dottons of earth Hackle conquered. Now vouchsafe to place us Dartvan beneath, where in liming cold lockles up Cocytus. Force not till one that we crave, or Titius 11 elf or Typhons. Here is one can give vivat in this realm ye covet. Stoop therefore, nor scornfully distort thy lip. He in the lipper world can yet bestow renown on thee, for he doth live, and looks for life yet longer, if before the time grace call him not unto herself, thus Sparle the tickler. He in haste forth stretched 11 is L1, and in courtly guide. Alcides well alta I felt that Jutilde Rappel straightened sore. Soon as my guide had felt it, he bespake me thus: this I veigh that I may clasp thee. Then so Calital 11 up, Tilda, we were both one burden, as appears the tower of Carisenda from beneath where it doth lean. If chance a passing cloud, so sail across, that opposite it hangs. Such then Antaeus seemed, as at mine ease I marked him stooping. I were fain at times to have passed another way, yet in the abyss that Lucifer with Judas low engulfs, lightly he placed us, nor there leaning stayed, but rose, as in a bark the stately mast. Then seizing on his hinder scalp, I cried, Canto tuo. Argument. This canto treats of the first, and in part of the second of those rounds, into which the ninth and last, or frozen circle, is divided. In the former, called Caina, Dante finds Commissione de Pazzi, who gives him an account of other sinners who are there punished. And in the next, named Antenora, he hears in like manner from Bocca degli Abbati, who his fellow sufferers are. Could I command rough rhymes and horse, to suit that whole of sorrow zero, which every rock his firm abutment rears, then might the vein of fancy rise full springing, wilt not in one in such measures, and with faltering awe I touch the old one-eighty theme. For to describe the depth of all the universe is no emprise to jest with, and one demands a tongue not to tilde ed to infant babbling. But let then one assist my song, the tuneful maidens. 5 or 6 see I Dalophion walled in Thebes underscore, so with the truth my speech shall best accord. O ill-starred folk, beyond all other jays, wretched I, who abide in such a mansion as scarce thought finds words to speak of. Better had ye here on earth been flocks or mountain goats, as down we stood in the dark pit beneath total one a giant's feet, I but lower far than they, and I did gaze. Still on the lofty battlement, a voice bespake me. Thus, Loof, how thou walkest, take good heed, thy sails to betray it not on the heads of thy poor brethren. Thereupon I turned, and saw before and underneath my feet a lackey whose frozen surface liker seemed to glass than water. Not so thick a veil in winter ere had Austrian Danube spread o'er his still course, nor one an ice far remote under the chilling slee. Rolled o'er that mass had Tabernic or Pietrapania fallen, not e'en its rill 11 had creeled. As peeps the frog crawling above the wave, that time in drowse, the village gleaner oft pursues her toil, so too veer modest shame appears. Thus love bedot you pinched and shrined in ice the spirits stood, moving their teeth in shrill note, Lily the stall. His face each dove onward held, their mouth the cold, their eyes expressed till one idolor of their heart. A space I looked around, then at my feet saw 2 so strictly joined, that of their head the very hairs were in ingot. Tell they ye whose bosoms thus together press, said I, who are ye? At that solemn their neckles they bent, and when their 100 k's were lifted up to all one straightway their eyes, before all 10 ist within, are distilled upon their lips, and the frost bound the tears betwixt all 10 sea orbs, and held them there. Planel unto planel hath never cramp closed dip so stoutly, whence like 2 enraged goats they clashed together, them such fury seized. And one from Hultai the cold both ears had reft exclaimed, still look young down till the tower, why on us dost speculate so long? If thou wouldst allow who are these T vivo, the valley, whence his wave Vicenzio slopes, did for its lot own their sire / Alberto, and next him felt thyself. T tilde I from one body issued, and till one rolled out Caina thou mayst search, nor fi 11 dear shade, more worthy in congealer 11 in to be fixed. Not him whose breast and shadow Arthur's hand at that one blow dissevered. Not Focaccia, no, not this spirit, whose o'er-jutting head obstructs my onward view. He bore the name of Mascheroni. Tuscan if thou be, well knowest who he was. And to cut short all further question, in my form, behold what once was Commissione. I await Carlino here, my kinsman, whose deep guilt shall wash out mine. 1,000 visages. Then marked I, which the keen and eager cold had shaped into a doggish grin, whence creeps a shivering horror o'er me. at the thought of those frore shallows, while we journeyed on towards the middle, at whose point unites all heavy substance, and I trembling went through that eternal chillness. I know not if will it were, or destiny, or chance, but passing midst the heads, my foot did strike with violent blow against the face of one. Wherefore dost bruise me? Weeping he exclaimed, unless thy errand be some fresh revenge for Monteperto, wherefore troublest me? I thus, instructor, now await me here, but I through him may rid me of my doubt. Thenceforth what haste thou wilt? The teacher paused, and to that shade I spake, who bitterly still cursed me in his wrath. What art thou? Speak, that railest thus on others. He replied, now who art thou that smiting others' cheeks, through Antenora roams, with such force as were past sufferance, wert thou living still? And I am living to thy joy, perchance, was my reply, if fame be dear to thee, that with the rest I may thy name enroll. The contrary of what I covet most, said he, thou tendest. Hence I nor vex me more. Three know'st thou to flatter ill this veil. Then seizing on his hinder scalp, I cried, underscore name thee, or not a hair shall tarry here. Rend all away, he answered. Yet foot 11 at, I will not tell, nor show thee who I am, though at my head thou pluck 1,000 times. Now if I had grasped 11 his tresses, and stripped off more than one tuft, he barling, with his eyes draw tilde in and downward, will in another, see, read. That ails thee, Bocca, sound not loud enough thy chattering teeth, but thou till dost bark outright. What devil rings thee? Now, said I, be dumb, accursed traitor, I to thy shame. Of thee true tidings will I bear. Oh, he replied, tell what thou lertilded, but as thou scape froth hence, to speak of him whose tongue has been so glib, forget not. 11 ere he wails, till one a friend, man's gold. Him of Duera, thou canst say, I and one owl awed where the starved sinners pillay. If though you be arseled, what other shade vivas with them at thy side is Beccaria. Vivose red gorge disdained the biting axe of Florence. Further all, if I misdeem not, Soldaniere bides, Babutilde Ganellon, and Tribaldello, him who oped Faenza, while one and the people slept. We now had left Hiltii, passing on our ray, when I beheld 2 spirits by the ice, pent in on a hollow, that the head of one was cowl unto the other. And as bread is ravened up through hunger, the uppermost did so apply, his fall one geese to the 11er's brain, where the spine joins it. Not more furiously on Menalippus's temples Tydeus gnawed, than on that slow and on its garbage heap. O thou whoso one outst so beastly sign of hate, not more furiously on Menalippus's temples Tydeus gnawed, than on that skull and on its garbage heap. Canto 22, lines 127, 129. Then not to make them sadder, I kept down my spirit in stillness. Gainst him thou prayest on, let me hear, said I, the cause on such condition that if right warrant thy grievance, knowing who ye are, and what the color of his sinning was, I may repay thee in the world above, if that wherewith I speak be moist so long. Canto 3. Argument. The poet is told by Count Ugolino de Guerra Tildechi of the cruel manner in which he and his children were famished in the tower at Pisa, by command of the Archbishop Ruggieri. He next discourses of the 3rd round tea called Tolomea, wherein those are punished who have betrayed others under the semblance of kindness. And among these he finds the friar Alberigo de Manfredi, who tells him of one whose soul was already tormented in that place, though his body appeared still to be alive upon the earth, being yielded up to the governance of a fiend. His jaws uplifting from one, there fell repast, that sinner viped to 11 elm on the hairs, 0 the head, which he behind hadn't one angled, then began, thy will obey. I call up afresh sorrow past cure, which but to think of wrings my heart, or ere I tell on to bolt, if words, that I underscore may utter, S11 all prove seed to bear fruit of eternal infamy to him, the traitor whom I gnaw at. Thou at once shalt see ein spiel, and weep, Who thou mayest be, I now not, nor how here below art come. But Florentine, thou seen one est of a truth when I do hear thee. No, I was on earth Count Ugolino, and the Archbishop he Ruggieri. Why I neighbor him one so close? Now list, that through one effect of his ill thoughts, in one my trust reposing, I was ta'en, and after murdered, need is not I tell. What therefore thou canst not have heard, that is, how cruel was the Lothairder, shalt thou hear, and know if he have wronged me, a small grate within that little 11 Jew, which for my sake the nuln of famine bears, where others yet must pine. Already through its opening several moons had shone nille, when I slept the evil sleep that from the future taught 11 a curtain off. This one, methought, as Raoul one aster of the sport, rode forth to chase the gaunt wolf and his whelps. Unto the Tiontain which 11 forbids the sight of Luca to the Pisano, with lean bratches, inquisitive and keen. Before him ranged Lanfrancis, Sash Ibithsis, 1,110 Nandi and Gualandi. After short course, the father and the sons seemed tired and lagging, and me though 11, till I saw the sharp tusks gore their sides. Then I AWOL, before the dawn. Al 11 in their sleep, I'll one erred my sons, for they were with Tilda me, weep and ask for bread. Right cruel art at 110, who, if no pang thou feel at thinling verbattle tile, one ert foretold. And if not know, fear, Vivi use thy tears to flow. Nor had they, wall N. And the hour drew near, when they were evont to bring us food. The mill one of each, and one is gave him thralky 5. Driel 11, and I heard at its outlet underneath locoed up the horrible tower. By thence uttering not a yord, I looked upon the visage of 11 thy sons. I wept not, so all stone I felt will one in. They wept, and one my little Ansel 11 cried, Thou lulest, so one father that ails thee. Yet I shed no tear, nor answered all that day, nor the next night, until another sun came out upon Tilde were, when a faint beam had to our doleful prison made its way, and in 4 countenances I descried the illuage of my own. On either hand, through agony I bit, and they who thought I did it through desire of feeding, Rose 0, the sudden APD, cried, Father, we should grieve far less if thou wouldst eat of us, thou gayest. These weeds of miserable flesh we wear, and do thou strip them off, frolu us again. Then, not to innicate them sadder, I leapt down. My spirit in stillness, that day and the next, we were silent. Obdurate earth. Why openst not upon Liz, when we can Tilde to the 4th day, then Gaddo at my feet. Outstretched did fling him, crying, Hast no help for a money, my father? There he died. Aulian plain.1 ye, as thou seest me, saw I the 3 fall, one by one, twixt the 5th day and 6th. Thence I betook me, now grown blind, to grope over them all, and for 3 days aloud, called on them who were dead. Then fasting got the and one astray of grief. Thus having spoke, once and 10, whereupon the wretched sir, all his teeth he fastened like a mastiff's against the bone, firm and unyielding. O thou Pisa, I shame of all the people, who their dwelling make in that fair region, where the Italian voice is heard, since that thy neighbors are so slack to punish, from their deep foundations rise Caprea and Gorgona, and dam up are the enten Uth of Arno, that each soul in thee may perish in the waters. That if fame reported that thy castles were betrayed by Ugolino, yet no right hadst thou to stretch his children on the rack. For them, Brigata Uguccione, and the pair of gentle Opes, of whom my song hath told, their tender years, thou modern Thebes did make uncapable of guilt. Onward we passed, where others, scarfed in rugged folds of ice, not on their feet were turned, but each reversed. There, very weeping, suffers not to weep, for at their eyes, cried Tilda's cecal passage, finds. Lo, he exclaimed, lo, this, and lo, the place, where thou hast need to arm thy heart with strength. Canto 24, lines 20-21. By that hidden way, my guide and I did enter to return to the fair world. Canto 20p4, lines 127, 129. Impediment and rolling inward turns. For increase of sharp anguish, the first tears hang clustered, and like crystal visors show, under the socket, brimming all the cup. Now though the cold had from my face dislodged each feeling, as to a callous, yet meseemed some breath of wind I felt. Whence cometh this, said I, my master, is not here below all vapor quenched? Thou shalt be speedily, he answered, where thine eyes shall tell thee whence, the cause descrying of this airy shower. Then cried out one in the chill crust who mourned, O soul so cruel that the farthest post hath been assigned you, from this face remove the hardened veil, that I may vent the grief impregnate at my heart some little space, ere it congeal again. I thus replied, say who thou wast, if thou wouldst have mine aid, and if I extricate thee not, far down, as to the lowest ice may I descend. The friar Alberigo, answered he, am I, who from the evil garden plucked its fruitage, and am here repaid. The date more luscious for my fig. Ah, I exclaimed, art thou too dead? How in the world aloft it fareth with my body? Answered he, I am right ignorant. Such privilege hath Ptolomea, that oft times the soul drops hither ere by Atropos divorced, and that thou mayest wipe out more willingly the glazed teardrops that o'erlay mine eyes. Know that the soul, that moment she betrays, as I did, yields her body to a fiend, who after moves and governs it at will, till all its time be rounded, headlong she falls to this cistern, and perchance above doth yet appear the body of a ghost, who here behind one Yule winters. Him thou knowest. If thou but newly art arrived below, the lie are 111 any that have passed.